Morning, everybody. We're going to get started here, and we're going to call the November 26, 2024 regular Board of Supervisors meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. Supervisor Zanger, can you lead us in the pledge? Thank you so much. Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
Oops, so moved.
Okay, so first is Supervisor Gonzalez, second is Supervisor Sotelo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. We have one presentation. It's a proclamation supporting the Dolly Parton Imagination Library Program that has been started by the Office of Education. And Supervisor Zanger is going to present it this morning, but can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
So first, second is Sotelo, and first is Supervisor Kosmicki. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. Thank you, Supervisor Zanger. And unfortunately, we do not have a recipient.
Yeah, no one could be here, but either way, we're going to talk about this real briefly. So I'm just going to read what it is. The Dolly Parton's Imagination Library provides one free hardcover age-appropriate book every month to children from birth to their 5th birthday. So that right there, I mean, this is a really important program, really cool program. The impact of early education really can't be overstated. So very exciting, very cool program we have here. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize the Dolly Parton Imagination Library Program in San Benito County.
Yep. Photo op. Thank you, Supervisor Zanger. Okay, we're going to move on to department head announcements. I understand we have one from Steve Luke from Public Works.
That is correct.
Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public, Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. Department announcement for today is primarily regarding a grant that the county was awarded. So this last summer, the board approved a technology that allows like real-time updates on our pavement surfaces by attaching some sensors and some cameras to our road maintenance vehicles as they drive around the county. So by implementing that technology, we were allowed to apply for a grant, and that technology costs, everything included, about $98,000 a year. The good news with the grant, so we applied for the grant, and part of the grant, we had to say how we were going to implement a safety action plan for this grant. And so we specifically mentioned this technology. And so FHWA awarded the county the grant in the amount of $472,000. And there is a matching funds required for the county. So I have to provide this agreement to the board during December 10th. Of $118,000 a year. The good news is, within the grant specifically, we said, well, we want to apply as our local cost share the $98,000 that we're already paying. And the grant was awarded to say, yes, that can be your matching share. So essentially, we were already paying the money anyways. We're going to be able to use that as the match. And so the grant grants us $472,000 on top of that. So good news, but I have to present it next board meeting so you can approve it and all that good stuff. So that's the announcements for today. Oh, also on the next board meeting, December 10th, I'm going to have a year-end summary of road projects, status, and upcoming projects, and kind of a more robust presentation on December 10th. So that's it for today.
Thank you, Steve, and congratulations on the grant. That's great news.
Thank you.
Any other departments? I don't think so. No other departments? Okay, so board announcements and committee updates. Anyone would like to go first? Supervisor Sotelo?
Yeah, thank you. We had our COG meeting last week, and I just want to, put a reminder out there that there are still a few seats available or vacancies on the Measure G Oversight Committee. District 1 and District 5, the supervisors need to appoint someone to the Measure G, so we'll need to hopefully get someone on those committees, as well as a representative from someone with disabilities, and so if anybody knows anybody, we are looking for 3 of those vacancies to be filled. In 2024, they had to cancel 3 meetings for a lack of a quorum. At our meeting on Thursday, we reduced the quorum to 4 for the Measure G Oversight Committee, just to make sure that we're able to have some of those meetings. There was an ask from the public to Caltrans regarding checking on extending the time frame for the notice of preparation for Highway 25. I haven't heard officially yet, but Caltrans said that they would be open to looking at that and seeing if they could extend the time. Currently, the deadline for comments on the notice of preparation is December 12th. Also, just wanted to highlight that District 4 and District 5 Caltrans are working together regarding Highway 25, the safety issues and accidents. And so they'll be bringing information to the COG board in January to kind of address this and let the board know kind of what they're doing. But I just wanted the community to know that the COG board is working on that, as well as District 4 and District 5 Caltrans. And I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. So enjoy the holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk about mobility partnership. That's the transportation partnership with San Benito and Santa Clara. Highway 25 safety needs. I had requested after the accident that occurred, the fatality, that it be on the agenda, and it was, and I appreciate that, and condolences to the families of those that were lost. Essentially, the good news is, I think Supervisor Sotelo was alluding to, there's actually a study underway right now. They've got on it pretty quickly to look at just different options for safety improvements on 25. I think it's mostly the Santa Clara County side. And I very, very strongly advocated for safety barriers. And so I basically made the point that we know what will work, and that's putting up barriers on the Santa Clara County side where we don't have them. And we've done it, and I talked about the history in San Benito, how what we went through about 20, 25 years ago with Stay Alive on 25, and that it's essentially worked for the most part. We talked about, we had a presentation on CAPTI, which is very important when it comes to Highway 25, the environmental rules that are essentially holding us back, and had update on the advocacy efforts among rural counties to lobby Caltrans. It's pretty amazing that we have to lobby a state agency as opposed to state legislators, but it's kind of a combination of both. It just kind of shows how powerful Caltrans is to get away from the one-size-fits-all environmental mandates and for new highways, and which has again caused the cost of Highway 25 to go up and the delays that we're now seeing. And then there's a study underway from this rural task force looking at essentially induced demand. It's an induced demand study, and it's essentially looking to back up the argument that rural counties should be treated differently than urban counties. The models that are being used by the state are really, they're really focused on urban counties, and they were put together with urban counties in mind and didn't really consider rural counties and the impacts. And that should be released in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then at that point, there will be a coordinated effort, and hopefully we can get involved as a board to communicate letters and all those things to Caltrans and state legislators to change those absurd rules. And then UC Berkeley is also doing a similar study. And then just want to mention Highway 101 25 interchange work. It's going to be starting very soon, so everyone's going to be impacted by that. Over the next 3 years, it'll be done in phases, and next spring, the first construction phase with detours largely at night. And then lastly, the 156 expansion. I did request additional clarity, and I asked if there's a possibility for more signage, especially at the roundabout at Bixby, where there seems to be still some confusion. Things have improved because of what's called sort of the 6-month learning period. But we could definitely use some more clarity, I believe, and so they're looking into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kozmicki. Supervisor, Gonzalez, no? Supervisor Zanger? No? Okay, so, I was, asked to attend the ribbon cutting of the Gavilan College, new building. It was a fantastic turnout and exciting, project to see come to fruition. It's amazing to see the community not give up on something. Gavilan College started from our high school district, here in San Benito County, ended up going to Gilroy, and the promise of a campus in, San Benito County was always talked about. It took 2 measures, and it took community leaders coming together and not giving up on this project. So I just want to thank everyone from the Gavilan board and all the leadership that made this project happen. I understand they came in on time and within budget, which is always great, and it's going to be a real asset for our community. It's not just a college campus, it is also a community, area where you can go and have meetings and just reach out to Gavilan College. I'm really excited for the opportunities it can bring for future young people in our community and keeping them here working local and living local. I also attended, I'm kind of going through my notes here real quick, sorry about that. I also attended the Anzar Trail Moonlight Walk. Speaker Rivas was there. I did make it to the top. I will tell you, I am very much out of shape from this job. I have decided that I have to start working out more. My New Year's resolution is I'm going to walk that trail more often because my son helped me all the way. It was encouragement. It was a real team effort. But I really enjoyed it. If you've never done the Moonlight Walk, it is spectacular. The moon was amazing, and the people that attended were super energetic. And it shows how the community can come together, especially in outside activities. Our parks and recs are so very important. So I was really honored to be able to be asked to attend that. I also attended CSAC this last week. I will say it was a little longer of a conference than I'm used to. I was on the New Supervisor Institute panel, what to expect in the first 90 days. We have a very diverse group of new supervisors in the state of California. It is exciting to see the energy level and the different types of ideas coming into the CSAC family. It also was a chance to get to meet some of these new supervisors and connect with them on items that we're all challenged with, including CAPTI and dealing with Caltrans and why we as rural counties can't be treated the same. It was one of the big topics at our rural caucus committee meeting. There were several of us counties that discussed how CAPTI has to be addressed differently for rural counties. There is definitely a movement, not just with RCRC, but also with CSAC. The rural counties seem to have a bigger voice now that we have a new rural president for CSAC, he's from Inyo County, and having a rural representative in a state as large as ours is very powerful for us. And I think we have an opportunity here over the next year to really highlight the challenges of rural counties. So also we discussed state mandates, and that was a big topic. They have a full subcommittee on state mandates. I am hopeful to participate more in that. How test claims are so very expensive for rural counties, again, to be able to document and get reimbursement from the state, and how long it takes to get reimbursement from the state. The other big topic was FEMA and FEMA reimbursement. They're trying to come up with ways of ensuring that we do not take 5 to 10 years in getting reimbursement or being denied 5 to 10 years later on FEMA reimbursement. So they're trying to build a new front for FEMA where information is more accessible. We talked about this from the NACO conference, but it really looks like California is is excited and motivated to work with FEMA in getting more information about funding sources and where we are in the funding process. Besides that, I did want to remind everybody, every 2 years, board members have to do ethics training, AB 1234. I did the training again on Friday. There are some new things I want to let county council know that will be coming up that affect our new board rules. It is the 250 contribution limit that you have to report. I believe it's going to 500 in January, and it's 12 months prior to the actual act of the vote, not just 1 year since you took office. So I think there's some wording in our bylaws that might need to be updated. Besides that, it was really great to be able to represent. I thank the board for allowing me to be the voting delegate at CSAC. It was a really good event, a little bit long for me, a little tired, but it was very beneficial, and it was great to be able to connect with also our NACO president was there from Sonoma County, so that was really great too. With that said, we're going to move on to public comments. Any public comments for items not on the agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. We'll start in chambers with Joseph Howard.
Morning, Supervisors. Just want to say congratulations to Steve real quick for the grant, and also to express my excitement for the technology that we have. I did not know we had that technology for the monitoring the roads, and that was really exciting to hear. I'd like to make a special request that item 4.3 on the agenda be the first thing we address when we reconvene at 1 o'clock. If even one single person though is inconvenienced by this, I of course would not like that to happen. I'm not really a big fan of messing with other people. If nobody is inconvenienced by this, then I make that request on my own behalf that 4.3 be the first thing we address. What else? Oh yeah, I looked into the rain deficit again because, well, the rains are here and it's kind of on my mind. To my recollection, and the models have updated since I was last here. I took all the individual months and added them up together. The deficit looks like it should be between 2.5 to 6 inches over the season. 6 inches, of course, being the worst case scenario, the largest deficit. But it used to be 7, so there's an improvement there. The lowest bounds, 2.5 inches of deficit over the season. Now look, what used to be 3.5, so there's improvement there as well. Overall, it's looking much better. The last 2 weeks of November have been really positive. So, here's hoping. Fingers crossed. I was not as hopeful 2 weeks ago. I didn't think I'd actually have all my points done that quickly. Happy Thanksgiving, and I hope to see you this afternoon. Last time I was here, I did have to ask my professor for if I could skip class to attend the meeting, because my class is at 2:45 and I had to be here pretty late. He was okay with it. He actually thought maybe he should show up, but he had other students to teach, so he didn't show up. But he said I should, so I did. But I don't know how many times I could keep skipping class to participate in his meetings, so I am aware that even attending at 1:30 for 4.3 would still make me late for class, but I figure it's better to be late than to skip. So that's why I make that request. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, Elia.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors, and I'm a witness that she did make it up the hill. So, even with a bad knee. I am here to bring to your attention, in my opinion, and maybe you want to speak to the District Attorney, Joel Buckingham. I came forward and I continue to waved the flag that your county council was violating Government Code 1090. And in one of the meetings, your interim CAO and your human resources person admitted that you were violating, and then you cleaned it up, and county council received the contract. We lost employees. One of them recently retired after you gave her allocades, even though you violated fair practices, employment of fair practices, because she was asked to resign, and that is ageism, which is against the law. Your county council missed an important date, failed to answer on a complaint, failed to appear in court twice for case management conference, failed to provide the case management conference requesting discovery and jury, thereby failing to lose that right. There was also a default because he did not answer, and failed to notice the Board of Supervisors that there was a default, that they lost the lawsuit. Now, I don't understand how this can happen. Missing court dates is completely ABC 1, 2, 3 calendaring when you start practicing a law firm. A legal secretary, a legal clerk, a paralegal, a lawyer, they all know that this is important. You cannot miss a deadline. You miss a deadline, that's malpractice. You are in liability for just this one that I'm speaking of. What else has your county council failed to respond to and has placed this county in a major liability? There are other cases, there are other projects that you are relying on this county council to give you legal advice, yet your legal counsel's representation for you is literally failing. And you need to go back behind closed doors and find out what you're going to do about this. Thank you.
Next on Zoom, Valerie Eglin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And thank you for coming to the Moonlight Walk, Angela. We appreciate it. There was a slight misunderstanding. We really wanted Supervisor Kosmicki to get there, but as usual, things get out of hand at the Moonlight Walk, and it kind of becomes organically formed. And so he arrived a little late to cut the ribbon, and they just, it's kind of like mania. They just move on through. So my apology. But what I want to talk about is NARPA, the National National Parks and Recreation Association. That is where we at REACH found the current grant that has been submitted and hopefully could possibly come through on a federal level for the Riverview Regional Park. We can only afford a personal membership, like a retiree, so that's where we look at the magazine and the information and access data and look for research opportunities. So what we would like to recommend to the Board of Supervisors and ask that they support the RMA that takes on the full burden of all the parks. Admittedly, it's not a lot, but there's a lot of maintenance and all this kind of thing, and there is so much information on granting and opportunities and research through this association, which is national, so it's very influential. What else can I say? Yes, it's just what we recommend and ask for you to talk to Steve about and see if that would be useful for them. and find the opportunities that we can, considering that we don't have a Parks and Rec department. So thank you so much. You have a good day. And again, have a great holiday.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, Jay Warble, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Supervisors and all, good morning. My name is John Rubble and I live in San Benito County. My topic is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 2026. The national celebration, known as America 250, will be led by the U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commission and will be the largest and most inclusive anniversary observance in the country's history. Honoring the contributions of all Americans, exploring the American experience as a whole, not just the nation's founding, providing opportunities for education, enjoyment, and inspiration, encouraging Americans to participate, and allowing states, districts, and territories to have their own commemorations. Some ways the celebration will take place include Indiana State exploring its role in the nation's history from the Revolutionary period to the present, the National Park Service providing opportunities to celebrate and contemplate the meaning of the Declaration of Independence, Iowa hosting a World's Fair level celebration, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania will have a freedom train, musical celebrations, and a fireworks display and a parade. In California, Brandon Richards, spokesperson for Governor Newsom, said the newly formed Office of Service and Community Engagement is working with the state library to coordinate the activities throughout the state related to the semi-quincentennial. The America250.org Incorporated is a nonprofit organization that supports the U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commission. On July 4th, 2026, our nation will commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The journey towards this historic milestone is an opportunity to pause and reflect on our nation's past, honor the contributions of all Americans, and look ahead towards the future we want to create for the next generation and beyond. What will our community do as part of this one-time event? I believe San Benito County should be part of an ad hoc committee along with the City of Hollister, including the Hollister Downtown Association, Chamber of Commerce, County Library, San Benito County Historical Society, and others to develop a plan for our country's part of the 250th anniversary celebration in coordination with the State Office of Service and Community Engagement and American250.org. This committee should be formed now to begin appropriate fundraising and planning for this 250th anniversary event, just 1 year and 7 months into the future. What part will San Benito County play, and who will take the lead? Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. One more. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. DMB. You need to mute yourself on your end. Just one last chance, DMB. Are you wanting to speak? You'll need to unmute yourself on your end where the little microphone's at. Okay, no more public comment.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I make a quick factual clarification? That I
Sure.
was invited to the Moonlight Walk to handle the ribbon cutting at 5 o'clock 2 Saturdays ago. I got ready, showed up at 4:30, and Val Legland drove up and told me they already did it, so I was not late. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to consent. Let's open it up to public comment on consent agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 with the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Elia.
Uh, 1.9, 1.18, and oh my gosh. Is the marijuana on consent? I can't remember.
It's on regular.
That's on regular.
There's two marijuana. Public hearing and regular, okay, I'm sorry.
Public
sorry.
hearing.
Okay. 1.9, I just to reiterate again that, you know, I understand that there's an issue, you know, with the folks that are not having a proper, what you guys consider a proper place to live or a proper place to sleep. But more importantly is, that the county have a place for them to go. You wanna get them out of the river, you wanna get them out the streets, you wanna do whatever, but we have to make sure that these folks have a place to go. This is, the right-of-ways of sleeping and living accommodations and amending the San Benito River regulations. And that's all well and good, but again, like I said, these folks need a place to go. So hopefully you're working on that. In my opinion, I've said it before, as long as government and somehow nonprofit organizations are in charge of the homeless, it's not gonna be resolved because they're not gonna work themselves out of a job. And you actually have one of your head department leaders that are in charge of the homeless, and he actually told Linda Lampy, you know, her response was, I mean, her question was about the money, you know, and what are we gonna do about these people? And, well, that's how we get our funding, is if we don't have a place for them, then we go get funding so we can get a place for them, but it's a never ending. I mean, we have that project out at the migrant camp with, millions of dollars spent on those tiny homes. They're not even tiny homes. And someone at the last meeting said that there was, Amazon was selling tiny homes, like for, I can't even remember the number, but there was, you know, there's something that could be done. And if you really, truly want to help, then work yourself out of a job and find a place for all these folks. Find treatment for them, find a place where they can sleep, do some type of transitional where they can go and they can get their counseling and get them back into society. They're a family member, they're a son, they're a daughter, a brother, a sister, they're a parent. They're human. They're not subhuman, they're not animals. And we need to help them, and you have the funds, and the funds are just being wasted because you're not coming up with a solution, because some folks don't want to work themselves out of a job. 1.118, I'm anticipating that it's going to get pulled, so I'm going to speak on it. There is no reason for this item to get pulled. Mr. Lee has more than worked with the county, worked with the planning department and the planning commissioners, and has come forward, and everything they've asked from him, he's done it, and he's done it, and he's done it. And then now we're here where it can be approved, and I just hope that you decide to just approve it and don't, you know, you want to pull it, go ahead and you're going to pull it. I believe that's what's going to happen. And try to say your speech against why you're against this project. But in reality, Mr. Lee not only has already been approved once, this would be the second time, but the state of California is backing him up, because you have seen it in other municipalities and they have all lost. So there's no reason for you not to approve this project today. Thank you.
I have no further public comment on this.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, are there items that the board would like to pull? Supervisor Zanger?
Sure. 1.18, please.
Supervisor Sotelo?
1.6.
Okay, and I'm just making sure that because we have new board rules that were adopted last meeting, I just want to make sure that based on those new rules, we're still able to do the consent after the regular agenda. It appears that I have that.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it states that it would be the typical way, which would be right now. I just don't want to break any rules. Okay, with that, can I get a motion to approve consent excluding 1.6 and 1.18?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that is a 5-0, and we will be moving on to regular agenda right now. And it looks like because it's a light agenda, we'll be able to come back to consent hopefully before we go to closed session. With that, we are on 2.1, which is approve the professional services contract with Pacific Clinics to provide the 24/7, 365 state mandated community mobile crisis response team for San Benito County. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. So I'm here today to give an update and an overview about where behavioral health is currently in regards to providing the community mobile crisis response team for San Benito County, and to ask for your consideration and approval of a contract to fulfill this program. You may or may not remember I presented to you earlier on the mobile crisis benefit. So this is a mandate by the Department of Healthcare Services where all county behavioral health departments are required to provide 24/7 coverage, 365 days, so continuous coverage. The model requires that there are 2 individuals who go out to do the response, and it's really an effort to have responders responding to mental health crises at times without law enforcement, so that mental health and social issues can be handled at a lower level. We are out of compliance with the Behavioral Health Information Notice 23-025. We were supposed to go and be live at the end of last year. When I became your director in October of 2023, this was one of the first things that I heard about, the mobile crisis benefit. We had hired a contractor who had developed a plan, and the plan had been submitted to the state. We learned that the plan did not hold up. There was not actual continuous coverage, and so we notified the state, and so our plan was actually disapproved. I don't know if that's the correct term. But when I realized that we did not have a solid plan to provide this, we immediately notified the state, and then we've been under a continuous corrective action plan, and which has evolved to a notice of imposition from the state at that time. So we've really been working tirelessly with our human resources, with our county CAO, to put a plan in place that would be effective. So we initially wanted to fund staff, an internal team, complemented by a contractor for after hours and weekends. So we developed positions that would allow us to have, again, county behavioral health staff responding kind of the Monday through Friday 8 to 5 model, with the after hours being covered by the contract provider. We worked tirelessly to get a contract in place, to get the positions developed, and the contract provider decided not to move forward with us. We also had some concerns that they were not going to be in compliance with the model, which is really that the responders go out first, and if needed, law enforcement is called in, or if we know from the beginning that there's potential of weapons or other things, potentially law enforcement would go out. But one of our contract providers said they wanted law enforcement to go out with them on every single call. We then reached out to all known providers of mobile crisis service, including Kingsview, Sierra Mental Wellness, Seneca Centers, and Emergis was the one that decided not to contract with us. And so we found ourselves in a position where we didn't have a viable contract provider, and we were running into difficulties with recruitment and hiring. So the contract that you have before you is for behavioral health to contract with Pacific Clinics. They are currently operating this model in 2 other counties. one of the benefits that Pacific Clinic brings is that they have a model where they have family partners, meaning family members that have lived experience with children and young adults with mental health crises that can go and respond out to the crises, as well as peers. That means individuals with their own mental health experience. And so this is really a movement throughout the state to help address the shortage of mental health professionals. Our behavioral health department is in the beginning stages of having peers on our substance use disorder team and other areas, but we're not there yet. So Pacific Clinics will be able to bring family partners and others with lived experience into this model, which will be really beneficial. And so you have the details in the contract, but for reference, they will have 5.5 crisis specialists and 4.5 crisis family partners, and they are the folks that will be deployed when we're notified that there's a crisis that needs response. And what's also nice about this model is they have access to other staff. We will be able to benefit from a regional pool so that we can have coverage for vacation, plan times off, all the things that happen, and in addition to having some additional folks on call. So with the county model, we were going to be really kind of patching things together. We already have challenges when we have staff call out, for example, when they're covering our screening and assessment that we have on a daily basis. So just for a recap of what will be provided by Pacific Clinics and this community mobile response team: crisis de-escalation, face-to-face assessment in the field, crisis intervention that's needed, and then they will do the 5150 evaluations, and those are evaluations to determine if an individual needs to be on an involuntary hold. And they will do safety planning and stabilization, of course, warm handoffs to county behavioral health and other providers, and we'll be working together really closely so that people aren't falling through the cracks. So there will be immediate follow-up with county behavioral health to help plug folks into services. So for funding, currently we have a grant that was awarded to us, the CCMU, the Crisis Care Mobile Unit, for $516,000. It mostly covers implementation expenses and minimal for staffing, but we've been utilizing those funds. We probably won't expend that entire amount, but we do have that available to us in this current fiscal year, as well as a second grant that was awarded through the California Health Facilities Financing Authority for Children and Youth for $539,000. So that is a total of $1,362,993. So because this is a benefit primarily for Medi-Cal beneficiaries, the Department of Healthcare Services has a rate that behavioral health will be able to draw down per each encounter. And so that is $5,365. So, but that is only for Medi-Cal beneficiaries where we have the guaranteed funding from the state. So for example, if one encounter per day occurs over the course of a year, that total would be $1,958,225. And if two encounters per day occur, you can see the math is that's double, $3,916,450. And so another source of funding is our Mental Health Services Act funding. This is actually going to be shifted to the Behavioral Health Services Act starting in fiscal year 2026. However, currently in our plan, we do provide funding to support our SAFE team, and we will be able to, that is an allowable expense to cover these services ongoing through what will become the Behavioral Health Services Act. So this is a large contract, and that's why I'm here to have some discussion and to be really transparent. If this is approved, we will start and we'll share about where we are in process. The first 7 months would be a 1.3 million and change. The then the first full fiscal year would be $2,441,903. You see the third fiscal year for the total contract cost. So going back to the previous slide information that I shared, that if we average like 1.5 encounter a day with Medi-Cal beneficiaries, we'll be covering the costs of this contract. And any amount that is over the contract cost actually comes back to behavioral health. Under CalAIM, there was a shift from cost-based reimbursement to now, so we did a cost settlement report, but now the Department of Healthcare Services is providing counties funding based upon the services that are provided and what is billed. And so if we bill at a higher amount than the contract, the money will actually come back and stay with behavioral health. And so with this model, just a few highlights. We're really hoping it's really going to benefit our community members. So while I said that this is a benefit primarily for Medi-Cal beneficiaries, we will respond to all calls that come in. We are trying to work out mechanisms to bill for private insurance. That is still in the works. And of course, individuals that do not have insurance would I shouldn't say obviously, but they will be responded to in the exact same manner. We're really hoping that this model will provide a less traumatic experience for individuals. It can be really traumatizing when, I'll wrap this up soon, when if you're in a mental health crisis and the first folks that roll up is law enforcement. Now, law enforcement here in San Benito County does an amazing job. We have a wonderful partnership with Hollister Police Department, a dedicated officer, and I think we're making a lot of inroads, and a lot of our community members are seeing our law enforcement as very positive. However, some folks do not. And so this model, when it's safe, the first folks on scene will be the mobile crisis responders. We're hoping that this will help divert calls from 911. We have a dedicated number that will be published that all community members can call, where first they will go through our 988, our suicide prevention services for that verbal de-escalation. And then folks who cannot be de-escalated over the phone will be referred to mobile crisis. They also will be directly connected to mobile crisis if needed. And we're hoping that this model will really help residents get connected to behavioral health, both county and other services that are needed. So with that, I think my time is up, and I will hand things back to our board of supervisors.
Okay, do the board members have any questions for Dana right now? We're gonna go to public comment and then come back. The way our new board rules are written, if you have questions, you want clarifications, we do it now. So, otherwise we can deliberate afterwards. Any questions?
Maybe just one. I see that you listed in your report of the agencies that you referred to see if they'd be willing to take on the contract. But I know of one agency here in San Benito County that was not contacted. And so I beg to differ in your assertion that there was no one here local to be able to use that. So that's more a comment than a question. So I'll wait for the public comments to come through, but I have concerns about this issue, about this item.
Yeah, questions right now. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So Dana, you had mentioned, so it's 547 calls. If we had that annually, it would cover the total amount. But what happens if we fall far below that? Then are we looking at the general fund to, like, how would that, okay.
We would not be looking at the general fund. We would be looking to the Behavioral Health Services Act dollars. And I'm doing some advocacy with the state. I'm not sure why our county was put into cohort 1, and we were not put into cohort 2 with other small rural counties. They actually are getting a supplemental rate from the state, but we are not. And I don't understand the decision-making around that, so I'm working with our California Behavioral Health Directors Association to do some advocacy for our county to receive that supplemental rate. But so we will, yes, so to your question,
Okay.
no, it would not be county general fund.
Okay, perfect. And if you need any help with us advocating to our legislators or whatever, just let us know.
Okay, thank
Happy
you.
to do that. Thank you.
Questions? No? Okay, how does this work? Because after going to the CSAC conference, they did a whole session on this.
Okay.
It was very complicated, and how each county is doing it is very different. And I agree, if we need to do advocacy, please let us know. But how does this work, especially now that the hospital it appears is going to sell. How does the relationship of this program and the hospital, and do we need to start talking about that relationship if the hospital is sold as opposed to a public entity?
So I would say yes. We've reached out several times over the course of these last few months to get in contact with the hospital, and we just haven't been able to meet with them. We're actively trying to meet so that we can understand the process and the flow. So as you know, right now, individuals who need further evaluation when they're on an involuntary hold, in most cases, go to our local hospital. So as things change and evolve, we definitely will need to work in partnership to help ensure that our residents still get the services that are most beneficial to them in the safest environment. There's some potential opportunity as well coming down the pike that I'd love to talk with our supervisors about to help bolster up services in the ER for psychiatric emergencies.
Okay, so that is something we need to work on. What if we don't have the occurrences that you've calculated? How does that work? I mean, it looks like if you're doing the one occurrence a day, it's like $8,000 per day for that one occurrence. Does that, I mean, does that fiscally sound right?
When you mean for like...
You're saying there's one occurrence, but the cost was 2-point-something million. I didn't write it down. You had it in your slide. 2-point-something million, and if we had one occurrence a day, that would be reimbursable cost. It's really going to cost that much for one occurrence a day?
So...
I'm thinking of where the tax dollars are going,
Right,
even though they're
right.
coming from the state.
Yes, yes.
And
So
it's
the state, this is the rate that the state has established.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. So, let's open it up to public comment, and then we can bring it back to the board for discussion.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Stacy Esqueda.
Good morning, my name is Stacy Esqueda. I'm an officer with the Hollister Police Department. I've been with the agency for the last 16 years. I'm currently the mental health officer that's assigned to the SAFE team. Over my time with the program, we've developed a mission statement that I'd like to read to you because we've been doing the crisis work during what we constitute as normal business hours. The SAFE team is a collaboration between local law enforcement and the county's behavioral health department. SAFE provides effective and compassionate behavioral health intervention for persons and their support systems. We intend to safely and effectively de-escalate matters and provide referrals to that create the least restrictive care. The ultimate goal of the SAFE team is to avoid unnecessary psychiatric hospitalizations and ensure timely connection and engagement to support services. The SAFE team is actually an acronym for support, awareness, follow-up, and engagement. Those are pillars that we have stood by as we respond out into the community. Similar systems do exist within the state. I'm sure that is something that you have evaluated during your CSET conference. The model that we actually mirrored our program off of is San Diego County's PERT program. That was something I've actually had discussions with some of their individuals there in order to help orchestrate what that program should look like, given the nuances within San Benito County. Because much like you mentioned, Chair, is San Benito County is specific in its nature that we don't have a psychiatric facility and that we have limited resources. And so I feel that at this point, it's a situation that given the cost for the current contract with Pacific Clinics, that it's something that if we really looked at the SAFE team and what is the model that we've currently held for the last 3 years, since 2021 is actually when we started, contract was entered into in 2020. that we've really been able to look through the lens of what is necessary for whole person care as well as family supports, and really work in a nature that is de-escalating situations, but informative and providing education to those family members to understand the difficulties of the mental health system. Before this, I was not familiar with that, and so this has become very important. I have some data points that over the last couple years, in 2019, before entering into this contract, we had 120 5150 holds. 2020 was 133. 21 was 113. 22 was 111. 23 is 107, 103 for 2024.
I'm gonna give you an extra minute.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. We also conduct outreach and follow-up, and I won't go into the numbers. I do have them if you so desire them, but it is something that we've also ensured that we continue on with the engagement and the follow-up of individuals. The duality of my position, while I understand what the state is stating in the fact that there's a concern with law enforcement being present, I will say time and time again, I have 100% been able to de-escalate individuals, to limit the use of force and the overall totality of the circumstance in those moments. I have tons of case study that can be able to help support this as well. I've also been able to go through almost close to a dozen different trainings for different disciplines, which is almost close to 200 hours of various trainings. I think by us really keeping the money local and really evaluating how we can build upon what is here, that we'd be able to utilize what's best for our community.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
service, and I would like more of that stat information if you could provide it to the clerk at your
Not a problem.
convenience. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Thank you, Stacy. I know that Chief Reynoso couldn't be here today because he's home with COVID, but I communicated with both the chief and the sheriff, and this is very important to them. So, questions you didn't ask, but I hope that you can come back in conversation, is there's implementation costs. Well, what are those implementations? What are the numbers? Stacy had numbers. She didn't have numbers. Dana, she said if we have 547 encounters, well, Stacy just threw out numbers, 120, 133, 111. Even if they go back and they talk to the individual again, that just doubles it to 240 or whatever. So you're not even getting this 547. What are the numbers we have in San Benito County right now? Those are the numbers that you should be getting right now with this report, so that you can decide, are we going to get 547? You're going to go out and go shopping for these numbers? What are the realistic numbers that are actually right now? And the only person that gave any numbers was Stacy. You're not really being transparent, because you just put up a couple of informations where it looks really good, but is it really for San Benito County? With that money, if it's $5,000 and something per encounter, it doesn't cost $5,000 for an encounter. You have the police officer going out there to this encounter right now. They're not turning around and asking the state for $5,000. Maybe they should be, together with behavioral health. There should be something that can come back. If that $5,000 can come back, then it can come back to San Benito County, not get paid to a third party. Now, this third party says that they can do it in 1 hour response. How many of you have not heard a complaint about traffic from San Jose to San Benito County? There's no way they can do it in 1 hour response unless it's going to be in the middle of the night. That's the only time they're going to get here. Behavioral health is a 9 to 5. It's my understanding that Dana herself has said that the inmates in San Benito County don't matter. They don't need to have mental health over there. That the ones are the ones on the outside. That's a captive audience, and they are just as important as anybody else, and they need the therapy. When you have an individual like that who actually can say that the people in jail don't matter, well, that person needs to reassess herself in her position. And I understand one of the reasons why she took this job is because it pays. She took the job for the money. Okay, I have complained about behavioral health for years. Nothing has changed except for the face of the individual that's running the department, and we still have a crisis in San Benito County. Please do not approve this contract.
Next in chambers, Michael Salinas.
Good morning. My name is Michael Salinas. I serve as the Executive Director for Youth Recovery Connections. I would like to address this agenda proposed today and the wording within it. I encountered this document just 2 days ago, and I noticed it mentioned outreach to the local community-based organizations, CBOs. However, I am uncertain which CBOs were contacted, as my organization was not among them. My team and I are committed to providing the highest quality of services to our community members, and we never turn anyone away, regardless of the situation. Therefore, it is concerning to see the language in the agenda suggest that local CBOs declined to offer critical services. This portrayal is not only inaccurate, but also uncomfortable for us. I advocate daily that our organization is here to help and will exhaust all resources to do so. If we had declined to provide these essential services within the county, it would reflect poorly on us, and I assure you, we would never take such an action. I kindly request that the agenda be revised to reflect the accurate facts regarding our involvement, rather than implying that we wish to disengage. It would be our honor and privilege to serve our community in this capacity. We're also contracted with Medi-Cal, and we also have a 24-hour crisis line today. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for discussion, and Dana, you're, okay, I didn't know where you went, sorry. Questions, comments, concerns, Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I had a concern about the response time because crises aren't scheduled on an 8 to 5 schedule. And an entity coming out of the Santa Clara County, as the speaker said, traffic is just terrible, and there's no way you're going to be able to get a response time within an hour. I know Officer Escada, I know the Sheriff's Office are both not in favor of the board approving this item. They want to keep the control local. The CERT team has been active for the 4 years that I have been on the board, and I'm aware of their behavior. And as I said, I care to disagree with your outreach to local entities. As I said, Michael Salinas with Youth Recovery Services has been providing this service on an ongoing basis, working with the local CERT team. And so I have some concerns with your presentation and the deficiencies that it contains. And I challenge you to go back to your employees and our, oh, sorry, my fan, yeah. But I challenge you to go back to your employees. The behavioral health, I mean, that is your critical function, is provide services to this community. And for you to try to contract this out and give it to another county, another entity, I'm just really disgusted with this. And I am totally opposed to this. I think you need to go back to the drawing board and look and see our local services providers to see if there's anyone else out there, not just the ones that you listed. Because I'm disappointed, and I do not approve this at all, and I will not be voting for it.
Supervisor Koznicki?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I trust Dana's judgment. You do a great job. $6.3 million contract. We got to find the right provider for that level of money. And I'm looking at Pacific Clinics. They're a really highly qualified organization with over 2,000 employees and 150 plus years of experience. And they have offices in the Bay Area. And I'm going to support this. I don't see any reason not to. Thank you.
Any questions on this end? Comments? Concerns?
Dana, so what happens if, I know you said we were kind of given a little bit of an extension, or we have to have something in place by 1/1/25, I believe is what you said. So, I mean, really, what are our options at this point? I'm not sure how to respond to that, because I mean, I guess if we're looking at, okay, possibly like, hey, let's go back to the drawing board. Is there anything that we can do locally? What happens? Can we put together a plan locally in 30 days, essentially, with holidays and everything mixed in? And if we're not able to do it, then what happens come 1/1/25? so a few things. So, I'm just kind of processing some of the comments that were shared. And so, because I do care, it does impact me. I will just say, I didn't take the job for the money. So I'm sorry. I do get personally impacted. I'm sorry, and I never said the statement that I do not care about individuals that are incarcerated. I deeply care. I have personal relationships with individuals who have been incarcerated, and I know the struggle. I'm trying to work in partnership with our sheriff to ensure that individuals' needs are met. So I just have to, respond to that and breathe and say that part of what's happening right now is individuals aren't being responded to throughout our county. One of the reasons why the calls are low is because we do not have a number that's published community-wide. The individuals that that Officer Esqueda, and we have great partnership, and we've done amazing work. Those are calls that come to Hollister Police Department that they can respond to. In addition, and we do have numbers and stats. I did not bring that to you comprehensively, and I can provide that to you. Our vision with the contract with the model, I will just say, is that all of our residents will know how to get the help that they need. And so that's why I do anticipate that numbers will be increasing. We're going to have a comprehensive marketing campaign, really ensuring that all Medi-Cal beneficiaries, in addition to our community members, know about this. Right now, they do not. So there will be expanded coverage. So if we're not able to move ahead, then more individuals' needs will not be met because we don't have the capacity right now to respond in the way that we need to. We have worked tirelessly with our county CAO, our deputy CAO, our human resources department. We've done recruitment. We're in competition with every other county in the state and with every other contract provider. There is a mental health crisis shortage happening. We're losing people. People are retiring. They're burning out. We know this job is really tough. And I did not feel that as a department we would be able to fully cover this model with the staffing that we have. We don't have access to a regional pool of staff. Our contract providers have guaranteed that they will respond in the response time. I don't anticipate that they're all going to be deployed out of Santa Clara County. I think some of them will be deployed out of Hollister. So we're still working out those details, but that's what they are.
Go ahead and finish, because I can go ahead and I can provide the board some of the recruitment information. I think that it will help the additional background.
Okay, and I do have some of that, and I had some updates to that as well. So if we don't have this in place, the county behavioral health will have financial sanctions, and our residents' needs will not be met.
Yeah, I could provide some recruitment because we have been recruiting for 6 months. And if you recall, the mobile crisis positions, there are 3 of them, we're paying a little bit more than some of the ones that would not be performing the mobile crisis. So even with the slight increase in salary, it still were failed recruitments. So of the 3 positions, we had a mobile crisis rehab specialist, we had a mobile crisis mental health clinician, and a mobile crisis clinical manager. The rehab specialist, we actually did a promotional. We did hire 2 internals that moved up to that position. We also did a regular open recruitment, which we hired 2 on the rehab specialist, which is the lower end. So we do have 2 actually people in that position currently right now. Of the mobile crisis mental health clinician, that was a failed recruitment, as well as multiple failed because there were continuous recruitments, as well as the mobile crisis clinical manager. We only received 8 applicants in both those positions. 4 of them only met minimum qualifications, and all 4 rejected offers or did not come on. So those were both zeroed in the sense of hiring for the clinician and the clinical manager, which are the higher levels. So again, you know, and as I was at CSAC as well last week, you know, behavioral health clinician work we aren't the only one county of the 58 counties. There are multiple counties in the same boat. They cannot find the staffing to fulfill, especially on this mobile crisis here. So I have that information, and if I will state though, we do have current 2 mobile crisis rehab specialists that we think we can use them as the bridge. We had a meet and confer meeting already once with the union, because they're probationary, because we'd be using a contract. Technically, we could release on probation, but we do not feel that would be beneficial. We would like to continue them on in some sort of capacity as a bridge of potentially, if a contract is awarded, that we'd have still 2 people that would be on call and backup as a bridge between a contract as well. So we'd keep them in that position. Or it would be modified, but it would be as a bridge with a contract.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
And just so we know, Sheriff Taylor is on Zoom and is asking to speak, so you go right ahead, and he is available to answer questions too.
Okay, thank you. So Dana, what happens with the current, you know, like you've been working on the SAFE program, and I know that the Holster PD has been an active participant of that. I don't believe it's been over to the sheriffs, right? That's specific to
Correct.
Holster PD. Okay. So what happens, I mean, does that program continue under this, or is this something that replaces then that, or is there still a need for the SAFE program kind of locally?
So if we move ahead in this model, it would be absorbed because we need to be clear about who is responding countywide. We also do need all of our officers, our law enforcement, to be trained in similar ways to officers Greta has been trained, so that there's more tools in their toolbox, because there will still be times when there is a co-responder model with law enforcement present. We are bringing in some training and resources that we're offering to probation, sheriff, PD, Office of Emergency Services for a CIT, a crisis intervention training model, and that is really specific to first responders and law enforcement. So we're hoping that this, again, will really broaden and deepen the ways that mental health crises and other social crises are handled when law enforcement needs to respond. However, the specific model that we've had under the SAFE team will be in transition. We have a meeting scheduled with Chief Reynoso and Sheriff Taylor to really continue to talk this through, but that model would be folded in.
So let's say somebody calls 911, are they going to divert the call then to this specific crisis, or does then in that instance the Holster Police Department or the sheriffs are going to respond to that, and then we hope that they've had the SAFE training, or like how do we decipher the difference?
The devil's in the details, as they say, and so we're working this through. So we've been meeting with our office with Santa Cruz County 911, along with our 988 partner. And we've been having conversations with law enforcement. My understanding is that if a call goes into 911 during that initial kind of assessment, if known safety issues such as weapons or other life-threatening elements are in place, then they will reach out to law enforcement. I do think they will also, I'm looking at Rachel, who's on vacation but came here today this morning, so thank you, Rachel, that 911 will also be able to dispatch mobile crisis, they either directly or through the 988 provider. So we're working out that kind of that phone tree.
Okay, great. I imagine there's somewhat of a learning curve, just training ourselves to dial something other than 911 when we're in an emergency situation. So
yes, and because a 988 is a number that it has been active for I think about 18 months, and individuals are used to calling that. Hopefully, when they're in a mental health crisis, they will be able to dispatch the mobile crisis response team, the
but part of the plan, and I think I heard you say that, is that you will be working with the dispatch, with the police, with the
Yes.
sheriffs to really develop kind of this plan with this specific crisis to really make sure we're looking at it in a way that is going to cover kind of everything.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Zinger?
Yeah, no, I don't have much. Just thank you for bringing this forward. I sit on the behavioral health board, and I see the intention here, and I trust Dana's judgment on this as well. That's all.
My only question, because in looking at this, it's 60 minutes for urban areas. It's 120 minutes for rural areas. That's really concerning for me. That means South County's getting half of the service of what the urban area is. And I understand that it takes time to get there, but mental health crisis is a crisis no matter where you are, and we need to react to it as quickly as possible. I have real concerns with the contract amount, and seeing that it is a sole source. It's a sole source marked other. Is it other because what's the other reason it's being sole sourced and not competitively bid?
It was due to, my understanding is it was due to the outreach that we did to all known providers of mobile crisis response, and so I should have clarified that.
So you did go to other providers, so
Yes.
technically it's not really sole sourced. They didn't respond to the request.
And they declined,
Right.
and so to respond to comments that were brought forward, we didn't reach out to every community provider in San Benito County. We reached out to known providers of mobile crisis service.
Gotcha. Okay. I see that the contract has a 60-day termination clause. And it sounds like we're kind of in a pinch here because of the state. Am I getting the vibe right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we don't do something, we're gonna have another problem on our hands.
Yes.
And so if we do this, but with the understanding that we want to be working with our community-based organizations, we want to be working with our Hollister PD, and we want to come up with programs that fit the best for the community. And sometimes that is using local providers to get more immediate services. Mental health has been a problem for decades, centuries, whatever. I go back to when mental health, criminal justice mental health was actually part of the jail system in the 80s. And it wasn't fixed then, it wasn't serving the community then, and I still feel like we haven't found the right thing yet. But if this contract is your recommendation to move us forward with the understanding that we need to be working more closely with our local law enforcement and our local community-based organizations, I see why we have to do this, but I want that termination clause to be understood, that if the feedback you get from your meetings and the community feedback you get from the sheriff, and I do want to hear from the sheriff before we move forward, but that is a community effort, because I hate seeing this amount of money going to a contract when some of that could be reimbursing local-based organizations. And I'm not sure how all that works, and after going to CSAC and sitting through this, it's so much more complicated than anyone can imagine. You don't just automatically get to be on the crisis mobile unit. There are all these things you have to go through. I had no idea how complex it was. It was great to have that feedback before this meeting today, but I still think there's a lot that, as a board member, I don't understand. But I would like to hear from Sheriff Taylor, if Sheriff Taylor would like to speak.
Yes, thank you so much, and I'm sorry for raising my hand a little bit late. So I think, first of all, that Dana is able to show the community that sometimes it's difficult to stand up there as a department head and get dumped on a little bit. So I feel for her in that, and I'm not here to do that. As a matter of fact, that's probably why my hand went up late, is seeing her response to a little bit of pushback. So I'll just qualify these things. with saying that I'm trying to be super supportive. So we felt like at the sheriff's office we were a little bit behind the 8 ball, and in looking into it deeply, it's a responsibility that I have to take. Dana reached out to me, I believe it was in March of this year, forecasting this was coming, and somehow that slipped through the cracks in our office. I take responsibility for that. So then when she came back and revisited later in the year about the switch here, I was only under the understanding of what the effect it was going to have on the jail, not on the greater community population. So I take responsibility for being late to the game because Dana did try early on to reach out to our office and kind of raise some alarms. So I also understand what it feels like as a department head when you're trying to operationally run your department/office and you're being second guessed by people. I'm not here to second guess Dana's operation of her department. She's the expert, she's the department head. My concern is not in the contract as much as it's in the elimination of other services that we're already providing. And so I'll just go down a couple of things that I'm worried about. And I just want this to be in the public meeting just to document my concerns about eliminating services, not expanding services, but eliminating services. I am very worried about, and Dana has been a great partner in this so far, as has David with Prentice Long. We are working through solution, constantly meeting and looking at some solutions, but just so the board is aware, there's going to be other things that are going to be a fallout because of this, which is going to be increased coverage in the jail that we're going to have to look at a different contract, and we're looking at different contract providers now. But I am worried about response to the jail when people are in crisis. The people in our custody that are incarcerated in our local jail, they don't have a choice. They can't go seek their own treatment. They only are able to get what we provide them. And now behavioral health is being taken out of that equation, and we do not have coverage in the jail without behavioral health. We have 25% coverage right now that we're trying to expand, but like Dana, everybody's having problems recruiting people. So I'm worried about that. I'm worried about response to the hospital. My understanding in this model, that team cannot respond to the hospital. I know that Dana said that they're working with the hospital to look at gaps in that, but in the short term, that's going to be a real issue for public safety, is having to respond to the hospital. I'm worried about response to people in crisis without law enforcement support. Even if they're not armed or violent in the onset of the call, these calls go that way very quickly. There's Berkeley and LA that are trying the model of not having cops there, and I didn't have enough time to look and see exactly how that's going, but clearly in a rural community like ours, that we have very limited law enforcement staffing and long response times, once people get there and if they get into some trouble, I'm worried about the ability to go help them. I'm worried about going back to a model of sending non-specially trained patrol officers to people in crisis. Sounds like that's where we're going. We're going to be sending some crisis people out, and if they get in trouble, then we'll bring cops in, and that's just going to be your typical patrol deputy or patrol officer that doesn't have specialized ongoing training and ongoing experience. I'm worried about the ability to respond to the crisis workers when they're in the field. So like our board chair is talking about, it's a response time to South County. It's going to take a couple hours to get there. If they're then in crisis, then it's going to take us even longer to get there to help them. So that worries me. And I'm worried about those response times because as much as it doesn't feel good to say, we have a different obligation to somebody that's being victimized as to somebody who's threatening suicide. And so we have an obligation to go help somebody that's in threat of physical harm by the hands of somebody else as opposed to at their own hands. So I'm just hopeful to have more law enforcement trained in these, not eliminating specially trained law enforcement. And we'll be continuing to work with Dana and David and the county and Henny to figure out some options to bring more wraparound services to the incarcerated population. Thank you.
Would you like me to respond to
Go right ahead.
any of this? So one of the changes that is happening with this model is that so behavioral health currently has our clinicians receiving a special assignment pay to respond to the jail, the youth services center, and the hospital. So just speaking to the hospital, the mobile crisis team will be able to respond to the hospital, so that hopefully will alleviate some concerns. When it comes to providing support to individuals who are incarcerated, who are experiencing a mental health crisis, that really is under the obligation of the jail and the sheriff's department. They do have a contract with WellPath, but where WellPath is supposed to have a full-time mental health clinician. They did not have that clinician for almost a whole entire year. So behavioral health on our own dime has been responding to calls to evaluate individuals who are placed in the safety cells. And that pulls off, when my clinicians are on call, they do not see their clients for that week. They have to be ready to respond. And so it's negatively impacting our ability to provide care to the Medi-Cal beneficiaries and others that we serve when our clinicians are pulled out of service to be able to be on call. So we have been doing that. As I better understood the obligations of behavioral health and everything that we're trying to do for the community, I had to make some hard decisions. So as Sheriff said, I reached out in March of this year to say, can we have a conversation? We need to work together. We need to understand this WellPath contract because I don't understand why the care is not being provided. And so when we move to this model, our clinicians will be able to be providing outpatient care. They'll be able to be doing their jobs. And so that means that they will not be responding to the safety cell assessments at the jail. And again, that is not behavioral health obligation. We did extend through March the special assignment pay, partly because we know we're going to be in transition time, and we did not want to leave the jail without that response when WellPath isn't able to provide that. They now have a part-time clinician there. We also spoke with our clinicians and said there might be an opportunity for a voluntary rotation to provide coverage to the jail. And Sheriff Taylor and I have talked about his department potentially covering that. So that's where we stand right now, and I think I've responded to most of the concerns.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion from the board?
Move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Against?
No.
No. It's 4-0. Dana, I just want to thank you. I know this is a tough topic, and I hope you don't feel that we're not supportive, but at the same time, I hope you heard my comments. We need to make sure that we're continually looking at this in a new light. So I appreciate you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
And
And
we-
thank you for our comments from Hollister PD and the sheriff and the community.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna move on to 2.2. This is receive a presentation on cannabis voter-approved tax ordinance, compare the tax to other jurisdictions, receive a recommendation from ad hoc to exempt cannabis cultivation tax until the next primary election in 2026.
Good morning, Chair Carroll and Board of Supervisors and members of the public, and thank you to our stakeholders for actually being here. And I'm sure they'll have public comment and to share with you. But my name is Luisa Alonso. I'm Principal Administrative Analyst here at the County Administration Office, and we're going to discuss cannabis sales tax. As you know, there's many businesses that are interested in establishing here in San Benito County, but claim that our high taxes are a barrier for them to establish operations here. So in light of economic opportunity being critical for the well-being of our community today, we're going to look at some jurisdictions, compare what they're charging, look at potential solutions and recommendations from the ad hoc, and how we could address this moving forward. So with that, I just kind of high level wanted to share the two tax structures we see in cannabis cultivation. We either see a gross receipt tax, which is based on total revenue of the sales operation, and usually jurisdictions charge a percentage. And the other one that we have in place for cultivation is a square footage tax, where cultivators are taxed based on a square footage of the grow area. And that percentage ranges from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Also referred as excess tax, where additional excess taxes are imposed on cannabis business, on local business tax. So our chapter 5 of the county code, adopted by the voters on June 6th of 2023, established a range that we're allowed to charge for various cannabis business activities. So if you see the minimum, that's the minimum we're allowed to charge, and the maximum we can't charge. Our ordinance does include a CPI, which allows us to, a consumer price index, which allows us to charge higher than the maximum range per whatever consumer price index is. However, we're not allowed to charge anything lower than the minimum range. The last time this county code was amended was in January of 2022, when we included some amendments for cannabis cultivation, and included provisions for the tax square not utilized for cultivation, or crop that was lost not to be charged as square footage. So our board did work a few years ago in 2022 on making that change. Other than that, nothing has changed since it was adopted. So looking at our neighboring jurisdictions as well as other counties comparable in size, if we look at Lake County, which is very similar makeup of San Benito, these are their current tax rates, which are lower than ours. And looking at outdoor cultivation, they're charging $1 per square foot. If we look at our counterparts in Monterey, they're charging 71 cents per square foot. And San Luis Obispo and Santa Cruz have a gross receipt model where they charge, if we look at Santa Cruz, they're charging 7%, and San Luis Obispo is at 6%. So our current rate is higher than our neighboring jurisdictions. And I know Humboldt's kind of the leading county in cannabis, but they actually recently, they also had a measure where they had a range from $1 to $3 on square foot canopy. And recently their board took action and suspended 100% of the current authorized rates for cultivation. And they actually went back to 2 years, excusing the tax that was owed. So looking here at across the state, there's 58 counties, and we are bordered by counties that prohibit, and then on the coastal side, we're bordered by our counties that do allow the Santa Cruz and Monterey. But I just wanted to highlight that there are still counties that are bordering us that are prohibiting cannabis cultivation in the counties. And I just wanted to highlight kind of the composition of the state and how that's still active today. So the county ad hoc discussed various avenues on a new tax. Any new tax or increase or decrease of the tax must be submitted to the voters for approval. So there's not much, we can't change the tax rate within the range. However, we could charge a fee or levy that is a full cost recovery for staff having to respond to this particular industry or services that are provided to the entity. And it's on the burden of the county to prove that the cost is only recovering staff time to respond to that business. So that is something we are allowed to do, but we can't mess with the tax rate outside of going to a vote of the people. So if we're looking at the next primary election, it's on June 2nd of 2026, unless for some reason there's another election that comes sooner. But that would be the our next opportunity to get this before a vote of the people. Our deadline would be March 6th of 2026, but we can bring a resolution earlier than that, for the next election for a modification in the ordinance language, setting a lower range for the community to consider. So we've had multiple stakeholder businesses that included businesses and staff from planning discussing both cannabis, and then the public hearing you'll hear a little later on some amendments that are needed to our tax code. But based on the recommendation, the ad hoc, and thank you Cosmicky and B for being part of the ad hoc, who have met multiple times to kind of discuss this and how we want to move forward. But based on input from the industry, the recommendations to put this to the voters on the June 2nd, 2026, and consider amending chapter 5.3, where we would include a fee to recover any staff cost. We did receive input from the stakeholders, and they would like to, if the board so chooses to move forward with this tax exemption, for it to go through December 31st of 2026. And this gives them an opportunity to, if they're going to be investing in operations here, it at least gives them an opportunity to recover some of their initial investments here in the county. So that is the input we received from our stakeholders. So with that, I take it to the ad hoc if there's anything else you would like to add, but thank you.
Supervisor Cosmicky, Supervisor Gonzalez, would you guys like to add?
Well, we listened to the local growers, and the way we had the parameters set with the county, it was almost making it cost prohibitive for them to be able to conduct business here in San Benito County. So we listened to some of the concerns that they had. We compared the rates that San Benito was applying to other local counties, neighboring counties, to see, and we were out of proportion in terms of what we were charging. So we recommend at the ad hoc that we bring down some of the fees so that they're in line and comparable to other regions in the area.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I mean, the main goal was to streamline the ordinance, and to remove barriers to entry. I don't have to repeat everything, but it's cost prohibitive to the point where there are basically no cannabis businesses in the county, the unincorporated area, and we're essentially shutting the door on those businesses. It's a legal industry, but our doors have essentially been shut. Our local voters overwhelmingly approved cannabis business legalization, and I think this industry has evolved to the point where I do believe it's just another agricultural crop. There is an understanding there are some unique aspects to it, but it's an agricultural crop. We're an agricultural community. There's an economic development opportunity, and the tax is just out of line with what's reasonable, and that's why we just don't have any businesses here. So we did work with industry partners, staff, to find a reasonable common ground, which is really our only choice, is to look at the next election. So this is just a temporary fix. It's not that, and I think the goal is to recover costs and to get some revenue out of this. But just taking it to the ballot in 2026, I would support the December 2026. I think that's reasonable. If it's approved on the ballot, the tax would go into effect essentially. And then, yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any questions before we go to public comment? You guys good? Oh, you do? That's a yes. Okay, yes, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just curious on the, and this is maybe a question for the ad hoc members. Are you looking at this being a complete exemption, or is there going to be like so many kind of permits that qualify for this exemption, or is it just kind of an exemption overall?
Yeah, and that we'll be addressing that in the public hearing, I believe, more so.
Okay.
So there are limitations. I think there are reasonable limitations, and it's a gradual buildup, and then a cap at some point of the amount of acreage, and a lot of that was based on just the industry and trying to essentially, the goal is to allow these businesses, but also as we'll talk about later, what we learned a little bit of it was that if you just allow unlimited, then you create problems potentially for organized crime and some other things, and so we wanna just,
Okay.
yeah, with our
Thank you.
limitations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, my only question is, staff cost, is that defined? What staff cost are we defining? Is it your admin staff time? Is it law enforcement staff time? What's that look like?
So it's not defined, but we were gonna input the fully burdened cost of whatever staff has to respond to that particular business. So that could include law enforcement, code enforcement, the cannabis coordinator. We would need to track their time through a special code when they're responding to that business, but it would be a fully burdened cost recovery.
And it would be that individual
Yes.
business that would be paying that fee?
That's
Okay,
correct.
because when you go into business, you know, you don't think that you're gonna start taking on the burden of, you know, law enforcement. I hope that that isn't going to discourage people from, because I like the changes. These are great changes, and I totally support the ballot measure. I just wanna make sure that we aren't going to hurt it another way by, I guess if you're good and don't have lots of crime, you won't get
If anything.
fined, so there's an incentive there. So I see a little bit of the positive side. So I just wanted to understand what the definition was. Okay, thank you. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Elias Salinas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So, what was not explained was, is there cannabis being grown in San Benito County today? Or, how much is being waived? How much tax has been collected already by the cannabis industry in San Benito County? How much total canopy is there in cannabis in San Benito County today? Because if we're collecting $5 right now from the entire industry, and you're gonna go to zero, and we're not gonna collect $5 for the next 2 years, okay, the only individual that's gonna make any money are the growers. And the whole object for allowing marijuana to be grown in San Benito County, because I've been up here for years, I brought it, was to make money on the tax revenue. That's how we were gonna make it, and that's how we sold it. And I understand how the industry was overtaxed, and you know, the state brought it down, each county has brought it down. I don't have a problem bringing it down. What I have a problem is going from $5 to zero while these individuals are growing marijuana. So is cannabis being grown right now? What is the canopy and what are you giving up? You're gonna exempt it for 2 years. They still have the cost to grow it. Everything there's a cost. Nothing has changed. The only thing that's gonna be changed is San Benito County is gonna lose money. Lowering is fine. You have to, you know, it's gotta be done by a measure. Can there be an NDA for each individual grower that they will contribute on a certain amount of money? You don't have to call it a tax, but you can call it something else, and you know, you've got people out there that can come up with something on this NDA, and they're gonna pay $1 in this NDA for whatever amount of canopy you wanna charge it for gross sales or the size, and at least San Benito County gets something. Because right now, San Benito County hasn't gotten anything. And these folks, I mean, none of them are from San Benito County, except for one that I'm aware of. They're all outsiders, and they came in and they swooped in. So let's make San Benito County get something, please.
Next in chambers, Darren.
Hi, thanks for letting me provide comments. My name is Darren Story. I'm with Coastal Sun Farm in Watsonville. I was born and raised there, so right next door. To answer the question, how much cannabis is grown in San Benito County right now, or is there cannabis being grown? The answer is yes. How much is legally grown? The answer is zero. How much tax dollars have been generated for San Benito County by legal growers? The answer is zero. So it's actually a drain on the county right now, having to police illegal growers, and there's not even the resource to do so. So if you play the long game, the way to do it is to stimulate growers to come in legally, provide technological advancements and get better at our job so that we can outcompete the illegal growers, which provides not only revenue and jobs for the county, but also reduces the strain on local law enforcement to have to deal with the illegal growers. That's the plan. It's been the plan all along throughout this state and every other state. And really the only way to do it as we continue to lower costs and there's price compression is that the local jurisdictions have to play ball too. Unfortunately, this county hasn't had a chance to get in the game yet because the original tax code was just untenable. So I think this is a step in the right direction. Going to December would be great. Worst case scenario, the voters disapprove it, and at least we would not have to pay $3 a square foot before. We probably wouldn't even be able to harvest if it was $3 a square foot. In fact, I know we wouldn't. So getting 2 years and then giving everybody an opportunity to work with the voters to come up with something that's reasonable so we can generate revenue for the county and also have viable businesses with jobs and hopefully be here for the long term would be great. I appreciate everyone's support. Thanks.
Next in chambers, Aziz.
Hi, my name is Aziz. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and everybody for the hard work and being here and, putting the work into this. Along with kind of the lines Darren said, if we went with the current tax rate, it would be equivalent to about 35 to 50% of our total revenue, which is just clearly untenable. I think this is a great opportunity to provide skilled agricultural jobs in the county, and the exemption through December 26th of 2026 gives us an opportunity to find something that works for the industry and the county as a whole, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
I have no other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for discussion. Any comments?
No, I just would invite Dulce, also, I think they answered the questions about
They did, and
the zero.
I wanna bring Stephanie up, who actually manages the cannabis businesses, but correct, there currently is not any businesses, and she can confirm, and we're currently not, there isn't any legal established cannabis operations in that unincorporated, and we're currently not collecting any sales tax, so,
I don't really have much to add, that's correct.
and then regarding the allowable canopy space, she'll actually be addressing that in a few changes in the public hearing later. So that would be addressed at that point. Other than that, we are looking for board direction on one, do we wanna take this to the vote of the people, and how long we would wanna exempt it, and then through a public hearing, we would amend the code and bring that back for the board's formal adoption. But thank you.
Okay. Any comments? Is there direction that you guys would like to give? I'm looking more at the ad hoc.
Yeah, I'll move to provide direction to exempt the cannabis cultivation business from tax and provide staff direction to move forward with the ordinance, but also to come back and have, I think we need further discussion on the fees, it sounds like, and, exactly what that'll look like for transparency purposes and understanding, that we're not, just going to zero without any potential revenue. We are gonna recover our costs. I just wanna make sure that that's clear. But to move forward, basically, to approve the recommended, or,
Cannabis tax exemption
tax
for
exemption.
cultivation.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. And I want to thank the ad hoc. I know this is a big item that I've been educating myself over the last 2 years on why we can't get businesses to come here. And I think this is a really great first step in being able to correct a wrong. And so thank you so much to staff and to the ad hoc. Okay, I want to take a 5-minute break if you guys don't mind. We're going to do 5 minutes and we'll be right back at 10:55. come back from break. And we're gonna move back to consent items before we go to, the Geologic Hazard Abatement District, board meeting. So going back to consent, item 1.6 was pulled by Supervisor, Gonzalez.
Yes,
And I believe Ramon is here. Oh, sorry, hi. I can't see over that. I'm too short. I'm so sorry.
well, I fully understand the $10 million escape clause that was written into the ARPA funding. I'm just concerned the negative impact that it's going to have on the items that we're looking at to reevaluate. So looking at your attachment, 1, can you explain for the record which projects are going to be negatively impacted and what's going to happen to those projects that we promised to the community in terms of improvements, especially in terms of the bathroom, the ADA accommodations, and so forth? So can you explain, please?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Ramona Bond, the budget officer for the county, and the reallocation of funds will actually not have a negative impact on any program. The reason we reallocated things the way we did were simply to meet the funding obligation requirements, the deadline that's coming up December 31st. So the reallocation will allow us to meet the deadline, do the reporting, and then all the programs that had some ARP allocations still unspent or available, we wanted to make sure that we met the commitment of the board to continue with all programs on the list. And that would be reflected on the attachment item 3. So that item 3 will show that there is still an allocation for these programs to continue moving forward so that we can complete the programs. And the only difference is that whereas in the item 1, it was all coming from ARPA, now we're going to be making a move so that the general fund will cover the remaining committed budget for those programs.
So then all of the previous identified items would still be funded and projects will be completed to fruition?
That's correct.
Okay. Then I have no other questions. I'll go ahead and withdraw my opposition to this and make a motion to approve then.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Thank you so much, Ramon. And just remember, because consent, we have public comment at the beginning. For all consent items, there's no public comment when they come back. I just want to make sure everybody knows. Okay, so now moving on to, I believe it was 1.18, was pulled by Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I don't feel the need to rehash everything all over again. I pulled this, I'm going to be voting against it to be consistent. And I do want to make a note, though. It's important to note that if this project were approved when it first came around in 2022, it would be a different project. It would have been a different project that offered less to the community. So I just think it's important to make note of that. That's all.
Okay, did you want to make a motion or no motion? Okay, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve per staff recommendation on item 1.18.
I didn't hear you, sorry. Okay, first by Gonzalez, second by Supervisor Sotelo. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
It's a 3-2. Okay, so moving on now to the geotechnical, I'm gonna say it wrong, I'm so sorry, because this is a new, jihad. Okay, this, we're gonna, do I have to open this like a public hearing? I do, don't I? Okay, so we're gonna, adjourn the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the director of the San Benito Geologic Hazard Abatement District. And it is 11:02. So, can I get acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved.
Second.
First to Gonzalez, second to Kosmicki. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0. so this is time for public comment for items that are not on the jihad list of agenda items.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. I have no public comment.
Okay, moving on to item 3.2. This would be approve action minutes from the September 10th. Is there a motion to approve minutes?
So moved.
I'm gonna give the first to, first is Kosmicki, second is Zanger. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's 5-0. Okay, so now Resource Management Agency is with the adoption of the GHAD Resolution 2021-1 on December 3rd, 2021. The Abatement District Board of Directors approves annexation of the promontory at Ridgemark Development into the San Benito GHAD. Jihad. I don't know what to call it. That
I say
sounds
GAD.
bad.
GAD.
Yep. Okay. So, Steve.
Great. Thank you, Board of Directors of the GAD. Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. And we're bringing this item back primarily to talk about the potential to onboard a GAD manager at the direction of this board. So I'll spend a few more minutes on a couple of these slides and probably go quicker on some of the other slides. So, because we've covered this ground previously. So, let's see, just a little bit of history, real quick. Our San Benito GAD was formed back in 2016, and it's similar to kind of a community facilities type of district where it has the opportunity to have developments annexed into the district. And so the district, like our CFDs, has different neighborhoods and things, potentially. And so currently we have, the GAD has one subdivision annexed into it, and that's the Promontory project, which is being constructed adjacent to Ridgemark, near the intersection of Highway 25 and Fairview Road. And so, real quick, the GAD typically has 4 primary staff that fall under the direction of this board. There would be a GAD clerk, which we need to onboard at some point, a GAD treasurer, which has already been onboarded, a GAD manager, which is primarily the focus of this discussion today, and a GAD attorney, which is also not required, but most GADs decide at some point to have an attorney onboarded as well. So I'm going to skip the GADs in California. There's 30-ish. I will note that for legislative body GADs, which this is, typically out of about the 26 that we researched, half of those GADs would hire county or city staff to be clerk, treasurer, manager as attorneys, and about the other half of the GADs would have hired consultants to be clerks, treasurers, managers, and attorneys. So it's kind of split 50-50. Usually depends on the size of the county. Smaller counties usually outsource, and the larger counties try to accommodate some of that staffing internally. I won't talk about the GAD clerk because we're still coordinating. So GAD treasurer. So right now, the homeowners that are purchasing homes at Promontory are paying an assessment of, I think it was roughly a little less than $1,000 a year, plus or minus, and that's all going into a separate fund for their yearly assessment. And then at the end of the year, that assessment, when it's fully functional in about a year, will be inputting about $120,000 a year that's going solely into this GAD fund. And one of the requests from the last meeting was to have a balance provided of a current account, and so we reached out to the treasurer, and he noted that there is currently $79,275 and 36 cents. So basically 80,000 has been accumulated. The promontory project is about 80% sold. They're still selling some homes. I don't know the exact status. They're getting close to selling out all the homes. And so the folks that have been assessed are starting to put those funds in that GAD account to the tune of about $80,000. And so by June of this upcoming year, they should have about $120,000 in their account. And we'll talk about that in detail in a little bit here in ahead. So where they're at, the way this GAD works is from the moment the first building permit was issued, which was June of 2022, 3 years from that point, the GAD manager needs to be active and fully onboarded and taking over all GAD responsibilities. So within 2 years of June 2024, which is this past summer, negotiations or coordination can start between the project and a GAD manager. So that's where we are. So between this past summer and next summer, the developer has to work with a GAD manager to start implementing GAD things so that by June of this upcoming year, the GAD manager can be fully active. So that's why we're having this discussion today, because if the board decides to onboard this GAD manager, then those discussions, well, the next thing that'll happen is that person will meet with the developer, they'll form a punch list, they'll say, your erosion control looks okay or it doesn't, your retention basin needs help, et cetera, et cetera. There's a list of about 15 items that GAD's concerned with. Basically movement of soil, little movement or big movement, that's what the GAD is formed to help address. And so basically some of the things that the GAD manager does, they perform routine analysis for slope stability as set forth in the planning control, and that was a report that we presented about a year and a half ago. This just talks about the engineering aspects of that project. They will, once they're onboarded, start attending GAD Board of Directors meetings, so you can hear from them, not from me, so that'll be refreshing for you. And then they communicate with the board, staff, county officials. They start taking on the responsibilities of the status of the soil at that project, basically. They maintain records, they prepare assessments, and they actually prepare the annual budget and report of what they did. So from June of this upcoming year, 2025, you'll get a report about 8 to 10 months after that, 10 months after that for the annual report, when it's getting close to the first year of reporting. And so what we've done, we've been researching possible options for GAD managers, and in Northern California, there aren't really a lot. So we reached out to our local geotech. They do not perform GAD management. Reached out to another geotech. They do not perform GAD management. What they do is they do tasks of erosion control and those type of things, but they don't manage GADs because it's kind of a unique feature. So we did find one. Name of the company is NGO, and that company also helped work on some of the engineering reports for this project. So NGO currently manages 17 GADs, including 11 in Northern California. Excuse me. I think the closest one is San Ramon, Pleasanton, Oakland, Contra Costa County. So they're local-ish. There aren't a lot of GADs, between here and there, but they're close, location-wise. And so they are going to be the staff recommendation for onboarding at this point. And I can provide more details, but sometime soon, definitely before this summer, and perhaps today, we just want some direction from the staff on should we onboard a geotechnical firm, and is there more research we can do? We spent, a few hours trying to research and calling folks and seeing if anybody else locally does GAD management, and the answer was just pretty much this one firm for Northern California, and they're called NGO. So I'll pause there for questions.
Any questions, from the board members? The only question I have, you guys, sorry, I didn't look, you're right, I turned this way and I didn't look. The only question I have is, this GAD manager, is there a map of the GAD district or GAD area?
So the district is, yeah, the answer is yes. And within that area, the promontory project is the only one that is annexed in. So it's kind of like a potential big puzzle piece, kind of like our CFDs. And the promontory fit into one of the areas of that puzzle piece. I didn't bring that with me, but it's a good portion of our county, kind of near from San Juan Oaks down to kind of Southside Road by Southside School, and kind of the area in between is our GAD district roughly.
So it's bigger than just the promontory project. That was kind of
Correct.
where I was going. And the reason why is I was very concerned coming up from South County, and the area where the erosion is so bad is not the promontory area. It's where we had that slide and we dealt with. I just want to know, that is part of the GAD district?
It is, and matter of fact, that's one of the reasons when the promontory project was being processed through entitlements and the environmental document, that environmental document recommended it needs to form a GAD because, as you just noted, one portion of it has property on that slope that faces Southside Road, and so that's why this project specifically was essentially directed, thou shalt essentially form a GAD and join the overall district of the county because of the slope that you just mentioned.
I just wanted to make sure because I keep hearing promontory and I'm seeing where the major problem is, and it's not promontory at this point, so that helps a lot. If there's no other questions from the board, we'll open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, and seeing no questions, you want some direction from us on obtaining a manager, on kind of how to move forward sort of thing?
Correct. So we can onboard NGO if this board directs us staff to do so, or we can try to keep reaching out to other folks that could potentially be a manager.
Is there any direction the board would like to give?
I'll make a recommendation that we onboard with the recommended consultant.
Okay, so the second is Sotelo. I'm just saying because I think your mic's not on. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did I hear you on? Okay, sorry, so that was 5-0. I'm just making sure I'm catching all the ayes and the nays. Okay, thank you, Steve. And so that is it for that item. We are gonna close the GAD, and it is 11:15. Okay, so that brings us to closed session because we'll come back for public hearings at 1:30. We will open it up to public comment on closed session. We have several items on closed session. We have a total of 8 items. Is there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I do have in chambers Elias again.
This has been a really nice, quick meeting. 5.8. As you were aware earlier, you went ahead and approved the project, and that there is pending litigation. And as I started today in public comment, I brought to your attention of failure to appear in court, failure to respond to answer to the complaint, and total disregard to representing San Benito County by your county council, which in my opinion is malpractice. There is absolutely no reason why you should not go with this what Mr. Lee is proposing. You have a lawsuit that you've already lost with him, and he could own this county. I mean, a lot of money could be won by Mr. Lee, and he's not asking for that. You need to consider what a kind man he is and how he does not want to destroy this county financially. But he has a lawsuit that he has you over a barrel. And he has you over a barrel because your county council failed you. So, when you go back there and you discuss this in closed session, please, and it was your county council that reached out to Mr. Lee and said, hey, can we just negotiate here and let's settle out? And that's because he already failed you, and now he's trying to save it. And the thing is, you were not even aware of what happened. So when you go back there and you discuss this, remember that Mr. Lee has you over a barrel, and he's being very kind, and he's not asking for a lot, and he could be, and he's saving San Benito County a lot of money, and he has spent a lot of money, and he's not even asking for 100% reimbursement. So please consider that, and also discuss with your county council what cluster, how did this cluster happen that you're here today with it? Thank you.
Any additional public comment for?
I have no further public comment.
Okay, with that, we're gonna go into closed session. We will be back at 1:30 for the public hearing. Back from closed session. County Council, do we have anything to report out from closed session?
Yes, Madam Chair. On 5.1, closed session regarding anticipated litigation, the board was informed regarding the filing of a petition for the appointment of a receiver for 1200 Union Road, which is being done today, and the filing and issuance of a temporary restraining order on 5890 San Felipe Road. On 5.2, closed session, pending litigation, WRLC versus San Benito. The board authorized moving into mediation on that to see if it could be resolved. 5.3, this is anticipated litigation. The board was given information and direction, the staff was given. On 5.4, existing litigation, Better San Benito versus County of San Benito. The board authorized potential settlement conference on that case. And 5.5, potential litigation. The information was given to the board and direction was given to staff. On 5.6, information was given and staff was given direction. And 5.7, the board authorized a workers' comp liability settlement, which was 90% completed. They just authorized the execution of the documents. And on 5.8, closed session regarding pending litigation, Lee versus County of San Benito, information was given and direction to staff was provided.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on to public hearings. Item 4.1, we're gonna open public hearing at 1:32. And this is to review and adopt an ordinance amendments to delete and restate in their entirety portions of the San Benito County Code related to code enforcements, including Title I, Chapter 1.01, 1.03, 1.04, 1.05, 1.06, and 1.07, as recommended by the Planning Commission in resolution number 2024-20. Welcome, Robin. I think your mic's not on. And please speak into the microphone for our Zoom lenders.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon, Chair and fellow supervisors. My name is Robin Leland, and I'm the Code Enforcement Officer for San Benito County. Today, I'm going to be presenting to you proposed revisions to Title I that's titled Code Enforcement. Beginning with Section 101-007, under this chapter, titled General Penalty Continuing Violations, subsection A, we updated the fine language listed in the statutory reference to be congruous with the referenced Penal Code, Section 19, quoting a penalty of a fine not exceeding $1,000. We added new language under subsection C, which references Penal Code 372, stating that anyone who maintains a public nuisance or willfully refuses to remove a public nuisance is guilty of a misdemeanor. In Chapter 1.03.002, entitled Criminal Penalties, we verified that under the California Government Code, we could not raise the fine amounts for criminal penalties beyond 100 for the first, 200 for the second, and 500 for the third and subsequent within a year. These guidelines are in reference to Government Code 25132, which governs the amount of criminal fines. This does not prevent the county from charging higher administrative fines, which will be covered later on in slides. In Chapter 1.03.010, subsection B, entitled The Notification Process, We made minor clarifications to the language to allow for the various timeframes that arise in the code enforcement process and to promote consistency within the process. These changes included subsection 1, removal of language referring to the informal process, which leads to ambiguity, and we begin this section with the formal process. Subsection 1, we removed the ambiguous language of normally 1 to 2 weeks to a time frame specified in the notice. Where it's mentioned in this chapter, the term charges to be billed form was changed to the term invoice. We also clarified that the invoice can be reviewed for accuracy and completeness by the planning director or his or her designee. In chapter 1.04.005, entitled Amount of Fines, based on recommendations from the Planning Commission, the administrative fines were raised to the following amounts: $500 for the first violation, $1,000 for the second violation, and $2,500 for the third and subsequent violations within 1 year. We added new language under this section to address violations of county commercial cannabis regulations. The fine amounts for unpermitted cannabis violations are $1,000 for the first, $2,000 for the second, and $5,000 for the third and subsequent within 1 year. In chapter 1.06.030, conditions creating a public nuisance, we made the following revisions. Subsection A3 was expanded to include the entire language from the California Civil Code to which it refers. We added new language under subdivision A7 to make it a public nuisance to use a property to conduct dog fighting or cockfighting. We added new language that states that any violation of chapter 7.02, cannabis businesses, is a public nuisance. In this chapter, Administrative Civil Remedies, we copied the language from the earlier section, Amount of Fines, so that we can be consistent throughout this title. In chapter 1.06.080, titled Notices, we changed the language in the subsections that required the violation to be abated within 10 days. The language was changed to state the time frame stated on the served notice. This change was made to accommodate the varying severity of code enforcement cases and the reasonable time required to abate them. And I apologize, I forgot to include a staff recommendation page, as I should have. Please accept this first reading today, and the second reading on December 10th, 2024, for adoption into the county code for the amendments to Title I. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I do have Joseph Howard. Okay. And I have no public comment.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I do have a question.
Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, so that all seemed good with me, but in the, I lost it, but in the red line code attachment here, there was something about inmates and working.
I didn't touch that. I didn't change that. If it was redlined, depending on the redline version that we sent, I might have, my working draft, I removed anything that I wasn't even going to be working on.
Okay.
So that might have been what you received.
Okay.
But I didn't make any changes to that. I just cleared up my document a little bit.
Got it. Well,
And it
that's all
tracked it.
concerned about. Okay.
Okay.
All good.
Okay, is there a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion to accept the first reading, and bring it back on December 10th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? So that's 5-0. Aye. Thank you, Robin. Okay, we're gonna close that public hearing and open. The next public hearing is for review and adopt ordinance amendments and delete and reinstate in their entirety portions of the San Benito County Code related to cannabis business regulations programs, including Title 7, Chapter 7.02, Title 7, Chapter 7.04, Section 7.04.003, Title 19, chapter 19.43 and the cannabis application fee schedule as recommended by the Planning Commission Resolution 2024-21. Welcome.
Hi, Supervisors and Chair. Nice to see you again. I'm Stephanie Reck, Associate Planner, here to present the Cannabis Ad Hoc and Planning Commission's recommendation for the Cannabis Business Regulatory Program and all applicable code. The revisions strive to match state requirements for all cannabis activities and then streamline those permitted activities. As a brief overview, we're going to review Chapter 702, Cannabis Business, 704, Hemp Entities, 19.43, Cannabis Business Land Use Regulations, the updated application fee schedule, and then staff recommendation. So to begin, we're going to start with Chapter 702 related to cannabis businesses. General revisions include items that were amended throughout the entirety of the document. In an effort to make this review efficient, I will not point these out in each section, but want to bring them to your attention. So we removed the employee work permit provision, as this was directed to be deleted in past revisions, but was left in the code. We updated the reference for the administrative officer or his or her designee, as they are the official oversight to the program. And we reordered sections related to cannabis activities. We implemented this across all related code to promote consistency when reading the documents. So under the section for cannabis business permits, we added large cultivation licenses, delivery only retailer, and transport only distributor, and we included a reference to state code for the definition of those activities. We also included maximum canopy limits, which was discussed earlier. For reference, total canopy limits for all commercial cultivation activities in the entirety of San Benito County will be a maximum of 500 acres as of January 1st, 2025. For the following 3 years, the total canopy limit will increase an additional 500 acres per year, not to exceed a total of 2,000 acres of total canopy after January 1st, 2028. And so, under the section for denial, non-renewal, and revocation of a permit, we removed misdemeanor as an eligible offense to deny and updated the denial provisions for a felony. Those include a violent felony, a serious felony, felony for fraud, felony involving a minor, or drug trafficking. So under general operating requirements, we reduced many of the cumbersome requirements like prohibitions on loitering 50 feet past the premises, the requirement for a community relations officer, and record-keeping requirements. And under inspection and enforcement, we added a reference to administrative citations for illicit cannabis as presented by Robin. As a reminder, it's without a cannabis business permit, it's $10,000 daily until abated. And if you do have a cannabis business permit, there's going to be a 3 violation structure prior to revocation of the permit. So your first violation is $1,000, your second violation is $2,000, third is $5,000, and subsequent revocation of your permit. So we've built in stop gaps for anyone who's not compliant. And so we're going to move on into hemp entities, Chapter 704. As the hemp exclusion zones are applicable to both hemp and cannabis, they have been revised as part of this amendment. The exclusion zones were fairly cumbersome, so they have been updated. We reduced the exclusion zone from 1 mile to a half mile. We removed county service areas, the Tres Pinos Water District, and public roads. We reduced the roads buffer from 500 feet to 100 feet. And allow for cultivation to occur within an exclusion zone, solely within an enclosed structure. And so as a reminder, remaining exclusions include a half a mile of the sphere of influence of Hollister, sphere of influence of San Juan Bautista, a wine hospitality area, which is really directed towards wine tasting rooms, and then a state highway. And so that's going to bring us into Chapter 19.43. Oops, wrong page, sorry guys. So in addition to the general revisions included in Chapter 702, we removed a reference for controlled manufacturing district, which we don't have, and replaced it with business park zoning. We updated the reference for county fire, as it was previously county fire department, and we don't technically have a department. And then we updated the state regulatory body to the Department of Cannabis Control, as they are now the official oversight for the state. And so under permits required for certain cannabis businesses, we updated the license types to match those added in Chapter 702. Most notably, we permitted cultivation and distribution activities in agricultural and industrial districts. We permit manufacturing and testing activities in industrial districts, and permits retail activities in commercial and industrial districts. It also permits retail activities in agricultural districts, but only as supplemental to cultivation, manufacturing, or distribution. So under the section for supplemental application requirements, we updated and added requirements for all cannabis activities
removed the requirement for the one-to-one water offset, as cannabis cultivation generally uses less water than other more traditional crops. And so under the section related to restrictions for cannabis businesses, we reduced the business site setbacks from 100 feet to 30 feet from the boundaries of a parcel. We reduced the sensitive receptors setback from 1,000 feet to 600 feet. Again, that might sound concerning, but that matches the state code for sensitive receptors for commercial cannabis. We removed the setback for a residentially zoned parcel and updated the requirement to include a 300-foot setback from any off-parcel residence, regardless of the zoning. So we focused surveillance on vehicle entrances and reduced record-keeping requirements, and removed the requirement for 24-hour on-site security. And the following section, 1943-071, included the residential setback as previously noted, and that was the only thing in this section, so we just removed it from the section, included it with the other setbacks, and now this is just a reserved section. So under operating requirements for all businesses, we removed outdated reference to dark skies and included the county's development lighting ordinance. We updated odor control requirements to be specific to indoor cultivation. Under the section for operating requirements for cultivators, we added the reference for the canopy limits as noted in Chapter 702. And these revisions permit cultivation activities in AR, AP, BP, M1 and M2. So those are your agricultural and industrial districts. And as a note, outdoor cultivation is only allowed in agricultural districts. Okay. Under operating requirements for distributors, these revisions permit distribution and transportation activities again in your AR, AP, BP, M1 and M2, so agricultural and industrial districts. This only allows for distribution activities to occur where suitable storage exists. Under operating requirements for manufacturing, we added references to safety requirements like sanitation, fire sprinklers, packaging, and maintenance of closed-loop extraction systems. And these revisions permit manufacturing activities in the BP, M1, M2, so industrial zoning districts, if located within an existing structure. And so under operating requirements for testing, we permit labs, again, in our industrial districts, BP, M1, M2, if located within an existing structure. And we added operating requirements for retail sites, which previously didn't exist in our code. Retail activities can be permitted as supplemental to cultivation, distribution, and manufacturing in agricultural districts, but you have to have one of those three previous uses to be able to have retail in the agricultural district. These revisions, I just said that. This upholds the existing limit of 5 permits in total for the county. So in total, you can only have 5. We can only permit 5 retail permits. And finally, under the operating requirements for micro business, we just included in the language, it wasn't very clear that micro business is 3 out of 4 activities covered under one umbrella. So our code now accurately shows that. And so we're gonna move on into the fees, the permit application fees. So the fees were updated to meet the needs of the current application process without being burdensome to the applicant. Staff reduced the cost of the cannabis business permit from $10,650 to $1,500, which is now more reflective of the cost and staff time it takes to review a cannabis permit. Previously, the way the program was set up, it was reviewed by heads from many departments throughout the county, so we had to pay for all that time. Now it's just a single individual reviewing, so it cut down that cost significantly. We updated the appeal to match the current planning division fee schedule, as appeals would be processed initially through the planning department. What you can't see on the screen is that we removed background and live scan, as this is done within the sheriff's office or a third-party vendor. I would like to note that we can stipulate that they have to be done through the sheriff's office if that is the will of the board. We removed a renewal application for employees, as this provision was removed from the entirety of the program. And we removed the section for the annual permit, as it was redundant. Under the cannabis business permit application, applicants are required to obtain a renewal application on an annual basis. So the fee for the renewal hasn't been set yet, as staff don't have an idea of the time it will take to conduct the monitoring and review of materials for a permit. So once we have some operating businesses and get to that 1-year point, I can come back to you with an idea of what that fee should cost. And so staff recommend that the Board of Supervisors accept the first reading today and then adopt the ordinance on December 10th during the second reading, which will enact amendments to Title 7, Chapter 702, Cannabis Business, Chapter 704, Hemp Entities, specifically Section 704-003 for prohibitions, and 19.43, and the cannabis application fee schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take a breath. I just feel like you need to get some air in there. That was very, very efficient time. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment on this item.
Okay, with no public comment at this time, is there any questions from the board or comments? Supervisor
Yeah, a few comments.
Gosmicki.
Yeah, so again, this is a continuation from the item this morning, which dealt with the tax. And it, is a collaboration among the supervisors on the ad hoc, the board giving direction to look at this again, and the good actors in the cannabis industry to find what we believe is a reasonable path that opens the door for business opportunities for these legal, I want to underscore legal farming and business activities. But also we'll be emphasizing again, just like earlier today, that we will have a no tolerance approach to the illegal activities that go on in the cannabis industry. A lot of work went into this. Thank you, Stephanie and Ariel. I believe, this extremely comprehensive update. It took a lot of work, involved with a lot of different parties. And I think we have a reasonable draft. I will address one issue that I have just to try to bring up for debate, but, and I'm hoping also the industry reps, if there are questions hanging out there, I know they didn't do public comment, but if there's anything, I'm hoping they can, have the floor if necessary. Most of this is cleanup and streamlining, which I think was explained well by Stephanie. And again, to just remove really the prohibitive nature of the ordinance. As the industry has evolved, we've learned more as a county, and we're just trying to be more welcoming to the cannabis industry. The exclusion zones in particular really eliminated a huge, when we looked at those maps in these meetings, it really just eliminated, you wouldn't think a mile versus a half mile is a lot, but it really is, especially with all the categories that were included in the exclusion zones, and it really made it almost impossible to have any sort of cannabis business in most areas of the county. So that's really was the purpose there. And then, again, voters have spoken loud and clear on this issue. We understand there are going to be people that don't like cannabis, but the voters have said the way we want to go, and I believe it's time that we enter the 21st century. The one area that I would like to look at for debate would be the retail and ag zones. And I understand the rationale. Selling egg products that are grown on site is basically the concept. But I also don't, because we were also told in these meetings, and I think that the partners in the industry could certainly elaborate if they want, but we were told that at most, like maybe one or two, if we're talking about actual dispensaries, you might get one or two at the most based on demand in a small county like this, also considering that we already have the city of Hollister. And I just don't think it's necessary. It creates a gray area. And so I would just like to open that up as maybe something, one small amendment to make, is to pull out the retail and ag zones, because it's just really just, there are plenty of other areas to have these. That's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to work on the ad hoc and to be able to listen to the growers and compare what we had on the books compared to other surrounding areas, in addition to whatever the state law was. And so I thank you for hearing us out and for meeting those. And I don't have any disagreement with Supervisor Kosminski's suggestion to look at that area. But thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I heard you say that the background check, there was potentially a conversation about having it done by the sheriff's department exclusively. As the ad hoc, do you guys have any opinion on that? I have a little opinion, and I just wanted to hear from you guys.
I think the more concern was about the redundancy of it that was in place. But what is your concern?
It gives an opportunity for the sheriff's department to be informed. If it's being done at the Office of Education, the Office of Education is not going to be now on high alert that there's going to be a cannabis, because you can do the life scans at other organizations. I really think having it at the sheriff's department or office, I know there's you say it one way or the other, and I'm sure I said it wrong, but that actually gives them a pre-notice before something. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I understand. My recollection, because there were so many of these meetings, was that we didn't want this to become sort of like we're almost casting a shadow on the applicants, as if we're assuming, we're looking at cannabis differently from other industries, basically, in that, we're trying to treat this as an agricultural product and not really, cast that shadow over the industry, because we do have good players, here. And also we have rules in place, so if they are, there are certain things that could exclude you from that, but I would be concerned that it would bring a level of arbitrary, sort of discretionary element into this, whereas we were really trying to make this as black and white as possible. And maybe the sheriff has thoughts. I don't know if the sheriff has any thoughts, or if industry partners have any thoughts. But I think I don't think it's a deal breaker necessarily, but I think we were trying to get away from like the assumption that people in the
People are bad, and they're not always bad.
Bad players. We are fully committed to rooting out the bad players, the people that are growing illegally. That's really the other side of the dual purpose of this ordinance. And I see he's coming up. I don't know if he's able to look at this.
We already did public comment. If the sheriff's on, I can have the sheriff. Is the sheriff on? Sheriff Taylor, would you like to chime in as a department?
Yeah, and I echo what some of the folks have said so far. I mean, I understand what Supervisor Kosmicki is saying, and I also understand what you're saying, Madam Chair, about having it centralized in the sheriff's office. I think one of the things that I discussed with planning staff is that there's pretty robust processes to even be licensed in the state. So I thought that we were going to kind of think about not putting people through extra hoops just to do business in the county when they've already been certified by the state. So I'm happy to help any way we can. I can't stand here as a sheriff and say that I want, economic development in the county and then exclude, be against one industry. So I'm supportive of this and supportive of all the work that the staff has done, and happy to help any way we can. But I would let the community know that the state does have a very robust background process. And if you're licensed in the state, I feel pretty comfortable that you could be licensed here.
And that, if I may, ma'am, I think if I remember, Stephanie, that was really the crux of the conversation, and I apologize.
No,
I didn't remember that initially, but that there were already so many,
No, I appreciate that. I wasn't on the ad hoc. I didn't get to dive into it. I do know from last year and meeting with businesses, egg industries that are in this business, that our ordinance needed a heavy overhaul. So I really appreciate all the work staff did on this. So I'm good without doing any of that. When it comes to, just to understand the retail and egg zone dispensaries, you're saying, what are you saying? You're saying to allow it in those areas or to not allow it in those areas? And right now, we don't have any dispensaries in the unincorporated area, correct?
There is no legal cannabis activities anywhere in unincorporated county.
But in the city, there is,
Yes.
right? Okay, okay, wonderful. Well, that answered my questions. Any questions from you guys? Nope. Okay, is there a motion?
Can I get one point of clarification? So the background check, we're just gonna leave it as is?
As is.
Okay, and then, just clarity, anything that goes through a third-party vendor, it does get sent to the sheriffs, and any, subsequent arrests from someone who's done a background check also gets sent to
Great.
us.
That's great. I will let that question go. I think it was clearly understood that the state does their due diligence, so that's great. Can I get a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to, that the board accept the recommendation to accept the first reading, of the cannabis ordinance, and I don't see an actual motion here. Can somebody point me to the motion? Cause I'm just going off of the
I think
staff
it's
recommendation.
accept the first reading and, schedule the recommended plan, on the second, and adopt said amendments on December 10th during the second reading.
Okay, so accept the first reading, adopt amendments on December 10th that would include, excluding the allowance of retail and agricultural zones.
Okay, so that's a yes, we are removing retail from.
I need a second before we talk.
I'll second that.
I got a second, yes. You can clarify your question now.
Okay, so we just remove retail as supplemental to, cultivation, distribution, manufacturing in the ag districts, just remove that, okay?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. Thank you for all the hard work. I know that was a lot more work than the time it took you to do that long, fast speech.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 4.3, we're gonna close that public hearing and we're gonna open the next public hearing is to review and adopt ordinance amendments to delete and restate in their entireties portions of the San Benito County Code to zoning, including Title 25, Chapter 25.01, 25.02, and other 2503, 2509, as recommended by the Planning Department in Resolution 2024-22. And it is 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. Thank you so much for coming out and hearing some of the updates on our Title 25 zoning code. My name is Ariel Goodspeed. I'm the principal planner. Just a little bit on why we're here. We did do a comprehensive zoning code update 2 years ago, back in 2022. After it was adopted, planning started to use the code, and as we started to use it, after about 6 to 8 months, back in March to April of 2023, staff found there was a few things that we needed to address. Some things that were coming maybe from code enforcement, some from working with people over the counter, things such as our accessory structures or mobile homes and recreational vehicles, some items with ADUs, particularly things that came from state law, short-term rentals, definition for senior centers, and some items under our PQP. From there, we then, worked as staff to do some red lines. We had a draft in June, and then of 2023, and then in January of 2023, and then in March, we actually brought it to our Planning Commission as our first discussion item. From there, Planning Commission requested that we schedule one-on-one meetings with them, or two-on-one meetings to adhere to Brown Act requirements and go through there. From there, the code changes expanded, included additional things. There were some pieces that we moved ahead. So in May, we moved low impact camping ordinance ahead of the rest of the code changes. Council wanted some additional time to review what had been added. We then brought it in August to the Planning Commission with all of those changes that came out of those meetings. And then again, November 6th. And what is before you is those recommendations, along with 2 more items I'll present today. So a few of those things included the removed notice of application procedures. This was mainly a reorganization, removing N1 and adding additional requirements under public hearing and noticing procedures. In addition, when we had updated the code in 2022, we didn't have any specifications about what is the process if someone's been denied by the Board of Supervisors. And so we added a 1-year waiting period, and that the reapplication could happen after that. In addition, Planning Commission actually felt that our noticing requirements should be extended. 300 is the state requirement, and they would like it to be a minimum of 1,000 feet. There are under state law requirements where it is already 1,000 feet, but it would just be 1,000 feet for every application type. In addition, under 2501, appeals expansion of non-conforming uses, structures, and sites. Generally speaking, there's minimal cases in our county where there's non-conforming uses, but it does come up. Codes change, plans change, and something that existed previously might not be allowed, but they haven't ceased operation. So there's requirements that on what is allowed, as long as they're not exceeding those allowed uses, they're not growing. But there's a couple instances where someone wants to come in and maybe they're just adding like a couple hundred square feet. So we provided essentially an avenue that could go to Planning Commission for review and approval to decide if that's an appropriate use of this now non-conforming use. And it's, like I said, very minimal situations where this comes up, but just in the chance that it does, having an avenue for that. Our crawling foul permits, we updated enforcement that further addressed cockfighting. It had been priority, from the board. We added sections in there about the California Penal Code 597, and that if during inspections or if we were to ever, determine if there's hog fighting, that there would be permit revocation, there would be fines, and possible prosecution under state law. So just making that clear. It is already something that is required, but just putting it in there in the code. We also added in some more permit standards and facility requirements, housing, hours, animal safety, facilities, and then added in the inspections. An additional item that was added, and this kind of came out of those meetings I had discussed previously, was looking at how could we promote small local business and kind of expanding to what was reasonable, allowing things to come in as maybe building permits, what would be administrative use permits, and then conditional use permits. And so in looking at some of the thresholds of the zoning clearance, which building permits, minor development plan reviews, major development plan reviews would be allowed, it was modified from 2,500 square feet for building permits to 5,000 square feet, as long as it was fewer than 100 people or 100 vehicle trips. This is a VMT trigger under CEQA, and so that adheres to that. And then from there, under minor development review, we just modified, moving that up to the 5,000, 10,000 square feet, and then above 10,000 would be a major development plan review. Both minor development plan review and major development plan review are subject to CEQA. Under our land use tables, there were different revisions, basically to facilitate development of local businesses to be considered. So in agricultural zones, those land use tables then modified some of those businesses. So we looked at bed and breakfast establishments, hotels and motels, brewery, distillery, winery, gas station, charging station, mini marts, sale of ag products, off-site tasting rooms, short-term rentals, commercial kennels, recreational uses, and the list goes on. And then in commercial, brewery, distillery, winery, farm equipment sales, accessory repairs, so food and vegetables, roadside tasting rooms, indoor shooting range, pet shops, and short-term rentals. Continuing on, under our land use tables, we, in industrial zones, we added brewery, distillery, winery, again, trying to promote that, business within our county, and indoor shooting range. Indoor shooting range, outdoor shooting ranges wasn't previously in any of our zoning code previous to these amendments, so we added that in. We added venue. We removed labor supply employee housing. This kind of came out of comments received during our housing element. It's the same definition as agricultural employee housing, and so, and we didn't have a definition within, and so it was duplicative, and so just for clarity, that's why it was removed. So uses that are prohibited or omitted in some zones that have been added to the land use tables included gas stations, alternative fuel stations, charging stations, mini marts were added to these agricultural zones. A couple things I would want to clarify for here is what's before you today for mini marts. There wasn't a definition included on what that is, so if you were to make a motion on that today, I would recommend including a definition that states that mini mart, also referred to as a convenience store or small retail store, is a small retail establishment that offers a limited selection of grocery items, snacks, beverages, and household goods. In addition, for gas stations, well, for alternative fuel stations, there's state, streamlining things that are kind of coming in for those charging stations, so it's something, to consider. But for gas stations, I think some of it, how it came into, you could look at it would be under ag support services, our land use policy, or 3.6, or under land use policy 3.7, visitor serving uses in ag districts. And doing some additional research, there are a few counties, each county's ag districts are not completely comparative, they're a little bit different. In doing some research, Fresno County had like an ag commercial district that did allow service stations. There were, I believe it was Napa that had like an auxiliary use that could. In any case, it's not across the board. Generally, it would be in commercial designations. If it was done as a conditional use permit, it would go to, to the Plan Commission for further review. And if you were to include something like that, staff would recommend maybe adding some additional aspects. Oh, may I please have more time?
You're fine. Keep going.
Thanks. Adding some additional aspects of compatibility. So it has to be shown that on that particular site that it's still being compatible with the agricultural uses of that site, and it's not taking away. So things to consider on that. And then in addition, drive-through restaurants and eating and drinking establishments, including nightclubs, were added to the neighborhood commercial zone. Indoor shooting range was added to commercial, light industrial, and heavy industrial. Construction, demolition materials, sorting management, energy and gas, recovery, recycling, salvage, household goods, outdoor operations, landfills, wood and green waste grindings, household hazards, waste collection, processing, transportation, indoor and outdoor, supporting operations such as office equipment was added to the public, quasi-public zone as a conditional use permit. For ADUs under 2508, we added, under state law, modular homes are allowed for ADUs, so just added that. Something that come out of Planning Commission was allowing 2 ADUs. Of course, it's subject to water, septic availability, requirements of ADUs within attached garage, requirements for junior ADUs, and impact fees. This was another thing out of the Planning Commission was impact fees shall be based on the state requirements for ADUs to implement the county's impact fee schedule as adopted by the Board of Supervisors. So just allowing, so one of the things under state law is the board can reduce impact fees for ADUs even more than the state already reduces it, and so just clarifying that if the board was to adopt such a fee ordinance, it was already in here in our code. Additionally, mobile homes and recreational vehicles, just stipulating recreational vehicles are alternative housing types for temporary housing, requirements for recreational vehicles as temporary housing, reworded to the residents of the owner of the vehicle for recreational vehicles, and then we removed the section. Pet shops, commercial kennels, and hobby kennels, we had code on hobby kennels. We did not have code for commercial kennels and pet shops, so we added some of that language in. I won't go through everything, but we just looked at, age of puppies and kittens, operations, structures, just kennel standards, and dog and cat enclosure standards, maintenance requirements, things of that nature were then included in the code. And then, as mentioned previously, we didn't have commercial sports shooting and indoor shooting ranges part of the code, so we added those development standards in here. Some of the things and discussions that went through Planning Commission and then was recommended through you is the operational standards, including for the commercial sports shooting and the indoor shooting range. Added it to land use tables. We striked out the 10% of the parcel size. We updated beach removal rate. We increased it to be 75 feet for the changing bullet trap at the backstop and required an emergency kit. So those were some of the modifications that had gone through the Planning Commission. And, staff recommends that you accept the first reading to review the recommended amendments. And I'm gonna say the entirety portions of the code relating to, zoning code title 25, 2501, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, as recommended by the planning commission resolution, with the addition of, removing, employee supply housing and adding a definition for, mini marts and any additional changes, that we propose here in discussion today. And, adopt those amendments at the December 10th, 2024, general assembly. And I am happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for any questions right now, or we can just open it up to public comment. I think I'm gonna go to public comment. Let's hear from everybody, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon.
Fifteen? 14. Okay, I'm gonna just remind everybody, I'm not gonna cut down the time even though, we have 14 speakers. But I wanna remind everybody, please don't repeat what was already said. Keep your comments, unique so that we can hear where everybody's coming from. And in this time that we have, I mean, this is gonna be about 45 minutes. Okay. Okay. So just keep that in mind, so go ahead and start.
So I'm gonna call out 4 names, so as I call them out, the first one can come up and then the following be prepared to just follow pursuit. Fallon Gregg, we'll start with Fallon, and then Joseph Howard, Richard Way, and Jessica Woolander.
And as you come forward, please remember to speak clearly into the microphone for Zoom attendees and state your name for us so we know who you are.
Good afternoon, my name's Fallon Gregg. It seems that we're all here again to see what the voice of the people in San Benito County will be respected and honored. Gas stations and mini marts and hotels are not considered agriculture. They do not benefit the proposed project area. The project will be the death knell for San Benito, or for San Juan Bautista. There's nothing good that would come from the project, and it will end up costing the county more than it would ever produce in revenue. The voters in San Benito County on November 5th voted 55% to slow the growth, and they have spoken loudly and clearly. They don't want continued sprawl. Allowing this project to go forward would open the door for further similar projects that the voters voted against. So once again, the ball's in your court. Do you flip the middle finger to the voters in San Benito County? Side with the developers and the pro-growth group? Continue with rezoning rural, ranch, and agricultural land for commercial use? Or do you listen to the voters and respect their vote? When is rural, ranch, and agricultural land not rural, ranch, and agricultural land? When a developer wants to develop it. I strongly urge you to respect the vote of the people and respect Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
So the next one I called up was Joseph Howard.
And who's next after that?
Richard Way.
If Richard could come up here and
Jessica
be ready.
Woolander.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My primary concern with this item is 25.0 is the issues. It's a procedural issue, really, in that these sections are being presented to you all at once, because it doesn't really make any sense that they've been broken down the way they have into sections. This chapter 25 has been broken down into sections. If they're going to be voted on all at once, I mean, why break it down? Why not just repeal and replace 25 wholesale? It feels like a common tactic. It feels like we're seeing a common tactic that is commonly used in Congress called paper clipping, where people literally attach bad laws to good laws by a paper clip, and then the speaker either has no choice but to approve the bad laws or to reject the good laws wholesale. Now, the reason why I say bad sections, and you're gonna, there's a lot of people here who are pretty upset about this. There's you guys are gonna have all plenty of fun with that. I'm gonna have to take off and go to class. And the reason why is because there's no, right now, the system that exists right now, you have a conditional use permit for hotels on ag land. And it's not just ag land, but range land, agricultural productive, rural transition. So like, open space, beautiful skies. No, under our current system, we'd require a conditional use permit. According to table 25.03-B, land uses agricultural zones, you would not require a conditional use permit anymore. It would just be permitted. So just go on ahead. No conditional use permit required. No permits of any kind required. You just go ahead. Why gas stations? That one kind of throws me off. I guess maybe a small gas station, but like mini marts, gas stations, I can't see the logic for that. Especially, it feels like it was just kind of inserted into there just for the heck of it. The bed and breakfast thing, fine. That's actually good. I want to see more beds and breakfast right here. It kind of brings like that rural vibe to the community. I like that. I will say good things about stuff where credit's due. It feels like this was imposed upon you wholesale by the Planning Commission. It's not just 25.01, 0.02, 0.03, 0.9. There's also 0.7, 0.8. There's 7 sections that are being proposed to you to vote on all at once, and that feels like, especially given the timing. Measure A just passed a few weeks ago. The timing, it just creates a bad image. There's that KSBW quote from one of the reports that, you can't seem to shake this image of pro-development. Things like this are the reason why. I'm just, that's exactly it. I ask you to reject it, to not partake in this bad image of crooked politics. Try to distance yourself from it, and instead ask to have it returned in piecemeal. Now I must attend class, and thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Richard Way. Most of you know me, I believe. I'm a resident of San Benito County. I'm also a member of the Planning Commission from District 2, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Commission. I'm here as a private citizen. In my opinion, I need glasses. In my opinion, the changes to Title 25 being brought before you today go much too far in several areas. I am particularly concerned with the changes to Table 2503B, which, as you know, would include allowing without any sort of use permit mini marts in ag zones, and allowing with a conditional use permit gas stations in ag zones. Neither of these types of businesses fits the intent of our agricultural zoning as far as I can tell. And I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that it supports agriculture. I mean, any business supports agriculture if you can argue that, well, a farmer might use that type of business. You'll see also, there are other changes in the fine print that are concerning as well. For example, unlike gas stations, which would actually require a conditional use permit, alternative fuel stations would be allowed in ag zones without any sort of use permit at all, which would include biodiesel, compressed natural gas, E85 ethanol, hydrogen, LNG, and propane, perhaps, among others. Why would we treat these differently from gas stations, neither of which belong in ag zones, in my humble opinion? You also note that venues are being proposed to be allowed with just an administrative use permit, but there's no language triggering any conditional use permit requirement based on the size of any proposed venue. I would urge you to spend the time needed to study these changes in sufficient detail to ensure that you're aware of the full impact of what you're approving. Please don't accept the proposition that you would simply be streamlining the permitting process. This goes far beyond that. Steamrolling might be a better word to use. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jessica Woolander. I'm the Environmental Associate for Green Foothills. an organization dedicated to the protection of open space, natural resources, and farmland for the benefit of all. While Green Foothills supports removing barriers to agritourism and increasing economic opportunity for farmers by allowing them to diversify their revenue streams, these changes go farther than what is appropriate for agricultural land. The stated intent of the agricultural zones is to maintain the productivity of agricultural land, especially prime farmland, as well as maintain open space and grazing in more remote areas of the county. It is concerning that the changes being considered would allow gas stations, alternative fuel stations, charging stations, mini-marts, and retail. None of these serve to maintain the productivity of agricultural land or maintain open space. Gas stations cause environmental contamination. Underground storage tanks leak, contaminating the soil and groundwater. Surface water also becomes contaminated, and pollutants harm ecosystems downstream. Gas stations release toxins into the air, causing air pollution, and remediating the land is expensive, costing hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. Alternative fuels can similarly cause environmental damage. Allowing retail and mini-marts on agricultural land is also inappropriate unless the retail is directly agricultural supportive, but that is not specified in the zoning ordinance as it is now written, as far as I can tell. Unless the retail is directly supportive of agriculture operations in the county, it does not conform to the intention of the zoning and is not an appropriate use of this land. It does not seem like there has been adequate time for the supervisors to review these changes or an opportunity for supervisors to fully understand the consequences. Furthermore, the public has not been given the opportunity to adequately weigh in on these changes. With the passage of Measure A, it seems likely that the majority of the residents of San Benito would not be supportive of some of these proposed changes, like allowing gas stations and retail on agricultural land. The voters approved Measure A with the understanding that agricultural land would be kept for agriculture, not turned into sites for gas stations and mini-marts. It would be more appropriate for the supervisors to slow down the process, fully understand the impacts of these zoning changes, clarify points of confusion, and hear public input before any major changes are approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and just a reminder, if it's been stated, please keep it to new information. We have a lot of speakers. It's going to be at least 45 minutes to get through.
Yes.
Good day. My name is Bridget Bowman-Thorpe. A lot of things were already said about this Title 25 zoning code. A lot to catch up on, I have to admit. And so I just want to add my own thoughts about, for example, gas stations. It seems like the truck stop was very controversial on Sealy Road. Like, it's almost like the Holy Grail. It will bring revenue for the county. But I tell you what, if you are on a road and you want to fill up your car, you look for the cheapest gas station. For example, Gilroy has, I don't know how many gas stations. You would not go to a gas station that charges you more, like probably here in the rural county. So gas stations, even if you would allow gas stations, if it's too expensive, people wouldn't use the gas station in the first place. So it would just sit there and ruin your beautiful county. I don't want to see ag land. I don't want to see gas stations on ag land. It's horrible. I mean, we see gas stations when we go to Gilroy and into the city. This is a beautiful county. Please don't ruin it, and please oppose this passing this zoning code change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, I'm Elia Munoz-Cowan, and I just wanted to state that I'm opposed to changing the definition of agricultural land zoning to include non-agricultural uses like mini-marts, gas stations, etc. It's a blatant disregard for the will of the voters in San Benito County. How can gas stations and mini-marts be considered allowable uses in agricultural zones? And also, mini-marts in the draft update they don't even have a definition limiting their scope. These are non-agricultural uses of the land. By voting for changing the definition of agricultural land zoning to include non-agricultural uses such as the ones being proposed, you're obstructing the will of the voters who passed Measure A. you're also helping developers circumvent Measure A. I urge the board to deny this change. Please uphold the will of the voters of Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
After her will be Barry Katz.
My name is Mary Shaw Coron. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I do echo a number of the comments of people before me. I'll just make it very brief. I had also looked at Title 2503, the zoning map and zoning district, and I was alarmed to see that agricultural zone, which includes agricultural rangeland, agricultural productive, rural transitional, is allowed now to do a number of things that really should be considered commercial and even industrial. And, you know, good planning, there's a reason for different zones in the general plan. It's to help people make better land use decisions. And when you start mixing commercial and industrial uses with agricultural, you really can get yourself in a lot of trouble. There's also another thing that's happening right now. You know, Measure A passed recently, up to over 55% of the vote now. I think that the perception of a lot of people is that there are many projects that are being rushed right now before Measure A comes into effect. For example, the truck stop project, you know, people did speak out against it and stopped it, but a lot of people's perception is that this is an attempt to circumvent Measure A to allow that truck stop to come back in another form.
Please keep on this topic.
I am staying on topic.
Not the truck stop.
And
please.
so I'm just saying that the zoning is allowing that by changing the zoning so you allow a mini mart, a gas station, and even a small hotel. A number of those Highway 101 nodes include those things. Betta-Bell even could come back. So they would not even require Measure A. This is a way to circumvent Measure A. People from Betta-Bell can now do their hotel. They can do their gas station and their stores under the guise of the mini mart. And the mini mart has very few constraints on it. And even Ariel has pointed out that maybe some extra language should be added. So I think that you should be aware of the fact that a lot of people have been seeing, you know, our group has been coming to many meetings every week after Measure A passed. The perception right now in this county is that the elected officials are pushing through projects. This morning, the Lee subdivision was approved. I think a lot of people are not happy with that. Now, what people perceive is that you're going to allow Betta-Bell and the truck stop to come
Please
through.
keep on the zoning.
The zoning is allowing that. That's what I'm saying. My point is that the zoning is a back door around Measure A. And furthermore, there's another part that was alarming to me. When I heard that the landfill is part of quasi-public, it's actually not true. You know, Measure A, if you look at it carefully, has been changed, so that is not in there anymore.
Okay, next in chambers will be Seth, followed by Mr. Katz. So sorry, forgot about yours. But after Mr. Katz will be Seth Capron, Mark Horn, Valerie Harmson, and Bill Hunter.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Barry Katz.
Let's respect the speaker, please.
My name is Barry Katz. Let me mention that I worked in agriculture until retiring 2 years ago. I worked in agriculture for 41 years. I have an idea about the kinds of things that are in big farm operations. I worked at a mushroom farm that had over 600 workers. It was in Monterey County, just a few miles from my house in San Benito. Anyway, so I understand having shops, I mean like repair shops and storage barns. There are things that farms need that are buildings and whatnot. Those do not include gas stations, mini marts, motels. These are not appropriate uses of agricultural land. When it comes to gasoline dispensing, which will be replaced by electrical charging, that's only appropriate on ag land if it's there to serve, just to serve the vehicles, the equipment that's being used on that land, not for customers coming and going. That's a gas station. That's not an ag use. That's a public retail use. Completely different. I'm a little confused that reading today about shooting ranges. on ag, I don't know if that was on ag land, but that is not appropriate for ag land either. I would even question breweries and distilleries if they're beyond a very small size. I think that's a very different use of land than, it's just like if you don't build a giant food processing plant on ag land either. It has to be changed to you have to build it on the right zoning. But I don't even know what the zoning means. It's like if you're gonna just make everything available in ag land, just make everything available in all land. Why you have all these meetings and sit up and back about this? Let me address Measure A for a moment. I'm a person who actually was reluctant to vote for it, and I did support it. In the end, I personally voted for it with reluctance. And I think my reason for doing it was the same for voting for it. It was the same as many other people who did the same thing. There's a problem with confidence that our supervisors and our planning commissioners respect the vote of the people, that they respect the majority opinion of the people. I don't think the people, Measure A I understand all the negatives to it, and I was hesitant to vote for it, but it's because people need to trust you guys, quite simply, and I don't think they do when you do things like this, which is basically a workaround. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Seth Capron. I'm from Aromas. I think all of us support trying to preserve our ag land in this county, and it disappears one little bit at a time. So I think that we need to have extra scrutiny on development of ag land. I don't think that anything in the proposed changes to the zoning ordinance should allow any non-agricultural development, which would include a lot of the things people have been talking about, without getting a use permit. And I think it would actually be better if the zoning needed to be changed for commercial on those spots. There's a tension. I know we'd like to see more motels and bed and breakfast facilities, and we want to find a way to do that that doesn't put too much of an onus on the people who want to build those. And Measure A makes that difficult. I voted against Measure A for that reason. But I think that it would be disingenuous to add new uses to the ag zone, like mini marts and gas stations. I think that would clearly be not respecting what people voted for. And I think it really, any kind of large hotel on ag land should require a rezoning also. I know those are tough issues for you to grapple with. I just want to quickly read from the general plan language. The ag designation is applied to agriculturally productive land for various types, including cropland, vineyards, and grazing lands. This designation allows agricultural support uses, such as processing, wineries, and other necessary public utility and safety facilities, and one principal residential dwelling unit per lot. Secondary dwellings are allowed for relative, caretaker employee, and farm worker housing. These areas typically have transportation access, but little or no public infrastructure. I think it's hard to find that definition of what the ag definition is for with building these kind of commercial developments on that property without changing the zoning designation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Mark Horn. I live in San Juan Bautista. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm new to this, so bear with me a little bit. First of all, I reiterate a lot of the comments that have already been made, but I will not reiterate those again. My concern is this is bad policy. Simply redefining something to include unintended uses doesn't seem like it's feasible. Why have any zoning at all? I know we're talking about gas stations and mini marts. What about a medium mart? What about a large mart? What about a Walmart? It's a slippery slope when you say agriculture is gas stations and alternative fuel. Does that include nuclear fuel? What is it that we're trying to get at? It seems also coincidental that we're talking about this now, given the last few weeks, but it reinforces the perception that it only takes 3 of the 5 of you to completely define something that is not intended. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. No applause, please. We need to keep order and respect the speakers. Thank you.
Valerie?
Hi, I'm Valerie Harmson, and I think the purpose of a planning commission is to actually plan something that benefits these people in this county, that makes sense for these people in this county, and gives a more quality of life for this county. I don't think our planning commission is doing that. I do feel like Mr. Howard is right. They're just snowballing you guys. They're throwing all this stuff in together and they want you to approve all of it. I think it's wrong. I think it's unhealthy for the people that live here and unhealthy for this county. As far as mini marts and gas stations and anything on ag property, it is ag property. It should be respected. This county is an ag county. It should be respected. Every time you guys and just kind of half go along with this stuff, you actually hurt the quality of life in this county. And I think a couple of you have an agenda to go along with the builders and developers here. And that's very, very sad because the people you represent do not want to go along with these builders. They do not want to go along with these developers. And you need to start respecting these people and respecting your county and doing what's right. Because you have a gas station next to farmland, grazing land, or whatever, and there is going to be runoff from these, it rains and there's gas all over there. What are you thinking? How does that make sense to you? You're contaminating our own people by allowing this kind of stuff going on property that doesn't belong to going there. And then the other thing is about raising, I'm not sure if I have this right, but they 22,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet without permits or different types of permitting for buildings and structures. Think about that too. I mean, you really need to grab a hold of this and respect the people here. And you live here, so you want to have a quality life for your kids. You want to have a quality life for all of us. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, Bill Hunter, and after Bill will be Elia, and then we'll jump to Zoom.
Okay, my name is Bill Hunter.
Please speak
and
into the microphone for our Zoom attendees. They can't hear.
Okay, so, to me, it just seems like this is just a last-ditch effort to, not go along with the wishes of the people in Measure A. And I don't understand why we can't, and this seems like way too big of a bundle for you to be, saying, I'm okay. I don't know how you could say you're okay for all of it. Doesn't make any sense. And then the ambiguity in the definition of what's called a gas station. Could the ag center be considered a gas station? What is a mini mart? Does it depend on what products you sell or how many square feet that you occupy with your parking lot and everything? So it seems like if you could just kind of hang on, we're talking about a better process. We need to work out a better process, but I would hope that it would be one that, had our input. And when things are decided for a different district, I sure think that whoever the supervisor is for that district should almost have the loudest say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Elia Salinas. Unfortunately, the speakers are misinformed on what they're actually trying to say. I don't think they must have missed over, but this has been going on for almost 2 years. This is nothing new. And if the people could have come to the Planning Commission, this has been discussed since April of 2024, way before Measure A. This is about land use consistency. This is not about overriding. Nobody's trying to do nothing crooked. No one's trying to do anything behind closed doors. This has nothing to do with being on developers and being bought by developers, which is so easily thrown all the time. And if you want to talk about respect and transparency, then you should respect the agricultural property owners. If they wish to be able to do something with their property, as long as it goes under policies, procedures, and they follow the law, they should be allowed to do it. Now, when I was a kid, I grew up in these ag lands. We used to have drums up high, I can't even think of what it is, and those drums were full of gasoline. And that's how you would fill your car or your tractor, with the gasoline. Laws came in, and we're no longer allowed to do that. So having gasoline at agricultural property is nothing new. And you have to follow the rules from the state, and they're highly regulated. So if a landowner or property owner wants to build a gas station for their agricultural community, for their tractors, for their trucks, for whatever equipment that they use, then they should be allowed to do so. Again, this was recommended a long time ago. This was a 4-0 vote by the planning commissioner. Mr. Ray was not there to express his vote. I believe he may have been on vacation. I can't remember what it was. So this is nothing new again. So please don't be making a decision, whatever it is that you choose to do, to say that this has to do with Measure A, because it absolutely does not have anything to do with this. Staff has put in a lot of time on this project that's very important to them. This is nothing new that's being thrown at you. This is not all of a sudden a large volume. I don't think the speakers here understand the volume of paperwork that you all have to go through at every single meeting and the hours that you put in there. So this again is only to streamline the land use. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, first on Zoom, David Rodriguez, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for hearing this out. And just a few comments this seems very sketchy, and just like what the last person said doesn't really make sense. I'd like to know the Planning Commission, and if they live in San Benito or if they live down the street and they decided, hey, that would be a great place to put a gas station. And I don't think so. And I don't think John Steinbeck would think so either, to pollute his Salinas Valley. In addition to that, I don't think the people that are in unmarked graves next to the mission overlooking that area would be so proud that a gas station is at their burial site. So it really sounds like, I don't know where this is coming from the Planning Commission, what's behind it, but there's a motive, and it's kind of embarrassing that they even put this in front of the supervisors. And definitely Supervisor Colin Kosmowski, I hope that you're gonna vote this down, because you're within my district. So you know the people of San Juan, and you know what a lot of them think about this. Thank you.
Next will be Tanner. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'll skip most of my comments I had about the technical pieces of this amendment. Just they've largely been addressed by others. But I'd like to start by just directly mentioning those on this board who this policy change would benefit, which is Angela Curro, Mindy Sotelo, and B. Gonzalez. And it's obvious through many of the comments of others here today that these amendments to the zoning code are in direct retaliation to the voice of the people, which was expressed just last month with the projected passage of Measure A, which all the supervisors mentioned actively campaigned against. And while it's acceptable to disagree with policy positions, the least moral stance one can take is against the voice of the people. And while it may be legal within the right of this board to pass these changes, doing so just seems to be a direct violation of the trust of constituents and undermines the basic function of the job that you hold as a representative, which is meant to amplify the voice of constituents and not the voice of private interests. And furthermore, something that hasn't been touched on quite as much is the expansion of the zoning review threshold to 5,000 square feet from 2,500 square feet just seems to further allow the members of this board to cover their tracks and remove themselves from the legislative process, that's the job of this board, is to review these actions being taken by developers. And I feel that expanding that square footage to 5,000 feet really is just them kind of opting out of their main duty on this board when it comes to making land use decisions. So that's kind of all I have to say, but thank you for your time, and I urge this board to reject these amendments to the zoning code.
Thank you for your comments.
Next will be Robert Gibson. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. These conversations with staff happened long before I even dreamt that Measure A would come into existence. It has unfortunately come to fruition. However, this was just to streamline our process. Several boards have said they support tourism. So we have Hollister Hills. Nobody's buying gas because there's nothing along the way through the county. There are gas stations in the city, but I'm not worried about the city's revenue. I'm worried about the county's revenue. As far as tourism, how can they visit our wineries if they're driving from far away? We don't have any hotels or motels in the county. This was all about streamlining. This had nothing to do with Measure A. So if you truly support ag and tourism, come up with something. Don't just sit back and say this is some sort of conspiracy theory. That doesn't help. I was envisioning something out in Cienega, maybe a hotel in Cienega, maybe a hotel at Piscinas, maybe a hotel by the Pinnacles. This wasn't to put a hotel or a gas station on every corner. That would be ridiculous. It would flood the market. But if you truly support tourism, think of a way to get something done. Now we have the burden of Measure A, which might just defeat everything. And instead of discussing which departments you're going to expand, you may be looking forward to years of cutting budgets and layoffs because Measure A has doomed the county.
Please stay on
So try to
the zoning topic, please.
Thank you. So try to think of a way to support tourism while you're up there. It's easy to say no to everything. So please think of something positive for tourism. If this doesn't work, come up with something else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, Jackie, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, resident of San Juan Bautista, District 2, also city council member from the city of San Juan. But as you can see, today I'm representing myself as a resident. I agree with the majority of the previous speakers, with the exception of 2 speakers. Yes, I'm not going to speak to the Measure A timeliness of this and what the appearances are. What I want to speak to is that I attended a public forum or public introductory meeting a couple of weeks ago that was headed by Miss Ariel Goodspeed, and this was specifically and only to address the lacking agricultural element in your general plan, in the county's general plan. Apparently there is one there, but it's not very robust. So the push and the focus for the future amendment is the preservation and perhaps expansion of agricultural land. So these amendments that you speak to and the irony that Ms. Goodspeed is here promoting, or the messenger, but then on the other hand, she was talking about the amendment to the ag element. I find that very ironic and concerning. So what does the county want? What does the staff want? I mean, it seems like staff comes back and circumvents the vote of the people, but also their work that they're trying to achieve in the future to preserve ag land and to expand it, because this is an ag county. I do agree with ag tourism, but I don't agree with plopping a mini mart and a gas station in the middle of prime ag land. So I urge you to not consider the vote at this time and to reject this request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
I have one more in Chambers, Carol.
Thank you for hearing from the community. I was raised in this county. I've been told all my life what a rich, wealthy agricultural area that people have bragged is one of the best in the world. I think this is precious. I think it's important. I was finally able to purchase property in the hills that are being referenced here. Several times I've heard them mentioned. Originally it was a sheep ranch, several thousand acres. The land is fragile. Finding water is touch and go sometimes, but we manage. Sharing with industry would take some sensitivity. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but something triggered my concern about earthquakes in the area where I live. I've seen houses break in two just down the road from me. People losing their homes, yes, but had it been a gas station with all those tanks underneath it, with that kind of a breakage, it would affect a lot of acres. I don't believe this is an appropriate area. Mixing industry with communities is sensitive, especially when you're talking about area that is not all that stable. I was raised in a house that was right here this was probably my living room here. Across the street was my dad's gas station. After an earthquake, that gas station was in question. This is residential here. When the county took this property, they got rid of that gas station. People said, oh, we need gas stations. Well, you don't need them in sensitive areas. The earthquake caused my living room's fireplace to move over 4 inches. There was a lot of damage in the earth. Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Okay,
No further public comment.
is that it for the public comment? Did we get everybody? Okay. I appreciate everybody trying to stick to, one topic. It went a little quicker than I planned, so that's good. Bring it back to the board. Questions for Ariel, comments? Supervisor Gonzalez, would you like to start?
Yes, Ariel, how long have these changes and proposed changes been in the works, just for the record?
So I'll answer that in 2 parts. Staff started about March of 2023. However, the changes that has been of concern, including gas stations and mini marts, did not get incorporated until those meetings in April of 2024.
So I'll give the public comment, the majority of the public comment that changes have been made, but I disagree with where they're coming from, that this is an affront to Measure A. This is something that the county has been working, staff has been working on for quite some time. And it's just, sometimes it's a slow process, the way we get decisions brought to our attention. And so there's nothing nefarious, nothing malfeasance involved with this item being on the agenda today for consideration. But I just wanted to go ahead and put on the record that this has been something that's been going on for some time. I'm more concerned about the unabridged impingement on the individual property rights of the owners of the property, the ranchers that want to improve their own property. And so I'm concerned. I do agree the fact that there are a lot of additives and changes to this that are brought to us today, and I wasn't involved in the process of all this being brought to us. But I'm going to defer to the years of work that the staff has been working on to bring this to our attention and for our consideration today. I have other comments, but I just wanted to put that out there for right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Luzano? Is your mic on?
Sorry
There
about
you
that. So obviously there's a lot here, and I tend to agree with some comments made that reference the, there's so much and there's so many different things here. Like, I mean, we see, winery, including tasting room. Okay, you could make an argument for that on ag land, but then you get towards mini mart, definitionless mini mart and gas station, and it's a little more confusing at that point. So it to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense if we're gonna have ag land. It needs to be ag land. I mean, we have commercial land, and if we want more commercial land, like, that's gonna be, obviously vote of the people at this point. But we can't just basically make zoning obsolete by including everything we want in ag zoning if it's not ag. I understand there's businesses that are supportive of ag, and you could sort of make an argument there, but I think you're really reaching with a lot of this to call this ag land stuff. And I generally reject this sort of idea that, well, property owners can do whatever they want with their property. I mean, that's just the nature of zoning. That's not how it works. Otherwise we wouldn't have any zoning. I mean, there's property that has certain uses, and you can't just go anywhere with it. So I would just say it's I don't know. I mean, it comes off sort of silly to say that mini marts and gas stations and hotels and everything is ag. So I totally am not in favor of that. I don't support those pieces of this. I don't know how to handle this exactly. I think it needs to be brought back and broken up. I'm open to hearing how the rest of the board feels about it, because currently there's no way I can support all of this right now.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Sure, yeah, appreciate it. Just first off, I want to clarify, we talked a little bit in the run-up here. My understanding was that the gas stations and the charging stations and the mini marts, that came to the planning commission more in August 2024.
Correct. In March, if you can see our agenda in March, it was not incorporated in there. The planning commission asked to have meetings. We had those meetings in April, but those changes weren't brought. They weren't ready in time, and then we were dark in July, and so they weren't brought till August 7th, I believe.
Okay, yeah. And then I agree with, just respectfully, that, I love agriculture. We all live in an agricultural area, but there is zoning for a reason, in that, farmers aren't entitled by property rights to build gas stations and 7-Elevens on their ag properties. I do just want to start off first, just process. I think this is another area, and I want to be clear, not a critique of staff whatsoever. Staff's done a whole lot of work here. Your job is to take input from the planning commission and put something into draft form. I just see a process issue to potentially look at as a board, where I think we can improve the dynamic between the planning commission and the board of supervisors, and I would like to look at maybe solidifying the process of how the board gives direction to the planning commission on broader updates, and sort of what we're looking for based on feedback from the public, because that's what we do, and then having the planning commission refine those ideas into draft proposals as a way to, and getting away from what we've seen in the last, couple meetings, where the planning commission is making essentially pretty drastic policy recommendations without input from the board or the public. that spurred those ideas. So that's something I just want to put out there for future consideration. I think, the most glaring example is the notion of obviously allowing commercial uses in ag zoning. The interesting thing is there was a lot more in this zoning I agree it's got to come back, a lot more crowing fowl and all these things that we're not even talking about today because we're just focused on this one issue, which is the big one. And then I would also make a suggestion that if we're going to hold, because my understanding is that this gas station, charging station mini mart idea came out of these individual meetings with planning commissioners. I just think for transparency's sake, I would recommend disclosure of, when it comes back to the planning commission, disclosure of who came up with those ideas so that there's ownership for planning commissioners who come up with these ideas. And it doesn't, there isn't any confusion of whether something is coming from staff versus the planning commission. And again, that if somebody wants to propose something as drastic as allowing gas stations and whatnot, that they take ownership and accountability for that, just like we do. And then I reviewed the meeting, and it just, I think there just didn't seem like there wasn't a lot of discussion among planning commissioners who were there. I know Rich Way was not able to make it to that early November meeting. And I didn't hear a lot about the gas stations, so I think this is kind of the start of that discussion with the public, and the public is now aware of that. My major concerns are all the, basically what the public is concerned about adding. This isn't just streamlining, this isn't cleaning up, this is overtly adding uses that are very unorthodox, non-agricultural uses to ag zoning. So we didn't allow gas stations in the past, or we don't allow them. We don't allow mini marts, whatever those are, in agricultural zoning, EV charging and charging stations. There are other ones that had different classifications, and I'll get to those. But I just got to be clear, there is no logic in allowing mini marts in ag zoning whatsoever. That's what commercial zoning is for. And then especially you go further, and there aren't any real geographic limitations either. There aren't any scope limitations per se to an extent. And I just want to remind everyone, the county actually recently closed a similar loophole with the so-called mini mart when we had something in the code previously about farm stands, and it just required an administrative approval, and it led to a very large building along Highway 101 there's no one that can argue that that's a farm stand. So it just leaves open that loophole. Again, I think there's a unorthodox precedent here. Commercial uses in ag zoning with particularly the gas stations, charging stations, mini marts. I think it's pretty radical. I don't think, again, I agree with Supervisor Zanger, there's really no point to ag zoning if the county's going to allow specific commercial uses as we go. Then as I talked about, no limitations essentially is another problem. Means you could essentially build a gas station, convenience store operation, EV charging, and all these other things in the middle of an existing farm field or rangeland. And it does sound a lot like a truck stop potentially, and that's why I think a lot of people are concerned. I mean, you throw all those elements in together, it sounds a bit like a truck stop. You just need the parking basically. And so I agree. I think the public has a right to be concerned, and I would like to just hear more feedback. Again, I think this is a start. I'd like to hear more feedback on the public appetite for some of the other uses that are noted that are maybe more closely related to agriculture, and how we might review those. But I wouldn't be open to the gas stations and the mini marts. And by the way, what Rich Way pointed out was startling, that it wouldn't even require a conditional use permit up to 5,000 square feet for a mini mart. So you essentially would just be allowed to plop a mini mart down up to 5,000 square feet under the current draft. And then overall, more scrutiny. I would recommend eliminating those right off the bat, the gas stations, mini marts, charging stations, and then to bring this back, encompassing supervisors' comments and giving more time for us to engage with the public on what might work. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo, thank you. Ariel, how does this work with kind of the ag element that you guys are working on right now as well? Like, is this complementary to it? Is this going against what that's saying? I just want to be careful that as we're working on these multiple arms of kind of the general plan and different things, that
we're not setting policy in one area that doesn't make sense in another. You know what I mean? And so I'm just curious, how does this relate with the ag element?
Staff would recommend that we finish our ag element before we finalize maybe some of these potential other uses.
So staff would
Staff would recommend that we work on what are going to be our long-range policy decisions for ag, because the zoning follows that. So let's finish that process prior to some of these are in separate sections are minor, but there's certain things that it would be good to finish that work and all those stakeholder meetings and that policy development.
So is there urgency with some of these items that you need them done right away, or is this it just happened that you just brought it to us right now, and if we needed to kind of wait for the ag element, maybe some of them it could be adopted right away, some of it not, but maybe it could be brought back so that there is a little bit of time for you to work out all of the ag element. It seems like there's a lot of interest. It seems like the public is really engaged in kind of the ag element. I heard a lot of people were at the meeting, and it sounds like we're getting a lot of the, a lot of farmers and ranchers are actively participating, land trust. So it sounds like it's a great group of the community coming together and talking about kind of what they want and how to move forward.
Yeah, there isn't urgency. There's some pieces that are just gonna help staff like code enforcement, better, do their jobs. And we can easily separate and push code ahead. I mean, that's why low impact camping ordinance came prior to this, and we, piecemealed that is because certain sections weren't ready and still being reviewed. So I think staff's heard a lot from the public and from the board, and could either work on more engagement pieces on other codes to come ahead, or just come back to the
I
board
just
as a discussion
want to make sure
item.
we're not setting policy here that then is now going to conflict with the ag element, right? Like, we just kind of need to stay consistent. I'm wondering also, can we get a comparison of like our neighboring counties and maybe counties that are comparable in size about what some of the definitions are? Is this a total stretch that we're looking at? I know you had mentioned, I think it was Fresno County, but when you include some of these, gas station or hotel or whatever it is in some of these different areas, how are other counties kind of handling this? And I think that might be helpful in kind of looking at this.
Yeah, we can definitely bring that back. Most counties had similar uses in commercial zones. There were several that had it in rural zones, not ag. I think Fresno had it in commercial ag, but again, commercial ag is a little bit, it wasn't an apple to apple comparison. I wasn't able to find an apple to apple comparison.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate all of the work, and let's see where this goes.
Okay, I totally agree that we need to finish the ag element first, because there's no reason to put 1 foot forward and not have that completed. We need to hear from the ag community about what their needs are. Now, I can't say that I think they're gonna need a mini mart. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't think they're gonna want it, and I don't think they're gonna need it. But do they need charging stations for these new technologies that are coming in? There are things that we need to hear from them. So I really like your suggestion of completing the ag element first. Agritourism and low impact camping. These are really tough conversations, because you're bordering agriculture, but you're also trying to do economic development, which is a nasty word, but you're trying to bring in revenue. So I really think we need to have that tough conversation about, when we say agritourism, what does that mean? We need to define what, we're not talking about a whole bunch of, 500 unit hotels. We're talking about, how do we define a rural agritourism? And I like the idea of definitions from other counties that
their theme is agritourism, so that can be, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I agree completely with Supervisor Kozmicki. This needs, and Supervisor Zanger, this needs to be brought back and broken up. You need to bring back what we need now for code enforcement to do a great job. Thank you, Robin, don't ever leave. You're doing great. I know that's a tough job. I wouldn't want it, but we got to make her life a little bit easier and her team's life a little bit easier. So what we can do to bring that, but then really starting to have that tough conversation about the definition of agritourism and hotels. How do we do that? Now, it could be that we, move to postpone this until the ag element is done, and then maybe the new board creates a committee, or it goes to economic advisory committee or something, whomever may be on that next year. And then the process of how things come to this body from the planning commission, and making sure that we're not spinning staff wheels without board giving direction that this is where we want to go. I feel there's a little disconnect right now. But I do also see how this has been going on for quite some time, and it just evolved into something that I wasn't expecting. With that, I think those are my only comments for things coming back, where I'm coming from. So is there somebody that would like to move in some way on something?
I'll go ahead and, motion to table this until after the ag element and handle both of them.
Okay, so tabling it does require a majority vote. I just want to make sure I got the new rules in front of me.
Can I
Making
ask?
sure I'm doing this right.
Oh, after a second, can I ask a point clarification?
Yes, go ahead and,
I'll second that.
okay.
My point of clarification, tabling all sections related to ag and bringing back the items not related.
Can I make a friendly amendment to my own motion?
I believe there is, in order to do an amendment, yeah, you can. It again
I-
takes a majority for you to do your
I
amendment.
personally would like to eliminate mini marts and gas stations now, if possible. I know that you've talked a little bit about, and look, if I'm in the minority, then I'm in the minority, but you talked a little bit about EV charging. I don't see the relevance in agricultural zoning for mini marts and gas stations, in particular. So, I would propose that we move this forward, but take it off the table so that there isn't consternation in the public about potentially having mini marts and gas stations in ag zoning in the future.
I'll be withdrawing my second then, if those are the conditions put forward on the motion.
Is there a second for this motion?
Yeah, I'll second. So I'm just to
Go ahead,
clarify.
clarify.
So that's a new motion with a new second, and so it's to table this, with the exception of removing gas stations and mini marts, right? That won't be tabled, that'll be removed. Is that correct?
That would be removed for consideration, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm just making sure, and then,
If there's any doubt in my mind that I know where the public stands on gas stations and mini marts, and I'm also personally against EV charging and alternative fuel stations. I would be willing to include those. I'm trying to work with the board to get something approved here today and at least take some of this stuff off the table so that it's not sitting out there.
Okay, so I got a first and I got a second on an amended motion. Can I get an approval? I want to make sure I'm doing this right. An approval on the amendment to the motion first.
Yes, we have a new motion. The other motion was rescinded.
So we first have to approve the amendment, and then do we have to go through and vote again, or is it just the amendment calling for a vote?
Just the amendment.
Okay, so we've got an amended motion. We've got a first and a second. The second, or the motion is to remove gas stations and mini marts, correct? I want to make a clarification, and I don't know how to do this without turning this down and coming back, because I think we need to give more direction, that what pieces can come back, maybe that will help code enforcement versus that have to wait until after the ag element.
Through the chair, could I bring a discussion item back to the board, with some potential, what to move forward with?
and what to leave, and then from that, discussion topic, we can provide clarity, and we don't have to do that today.
On what date are you looking at that?
I can still do it on the 10th, till tomorrow.
I'd be amenable to that, yeah.
Okay? Okay. With that friendly amendment to the amendment, I have a first. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's 4-1. Okay, thank you, and thank you to all the public comments. We're gonna move on to item 4.4, which is our last item. This is hold public hearing to consider, I'm closing that public hearing and opening the new public hearing. It is 3:20. To hold a public hearing to consider an appeal of the October 16th, 2024 Planning Commission discussion regarding PLN 220033, a minor subdivision, please. We're still meeting here. If you need to discuss, please step out. A minor subdivision with said appeal challenging the San Benito County Planning Commission's denial of a vesting tentative map. Adopt the resolution to deny the appeal of PLN 220033 minor subdivision tentative map parcel map, subject to the conditions of approval found in the resolution. And welcome. And if you are going to have public comment on this, please fill out your speaker cards and get them to the assistant clerk of the board.
Having some technical difficulties.
It wouldn't be a board meeting if we didn't have technical difficulties. Why don't we take a 5? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break so that we can solve our technical difficulties. come back. We're rebooting the laptop. Is on our tablets. You're not able to display, correct? Oh, maybe?
It should be able to be displayed now.
Oh, there we go, great. Okay.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jonathan Olivas, Associate Planner with San Benito County. This afternoon, I will be presenting PLN 240070, appeal of the denial of PLN 230033, minor subdivision at 494A Carpinteria Road. The project site is located approximately 6 miles northwest of downtown San Juan Bautista, about 1 mile north of the intersection of San Juan Road and Carpinteria Road. The project is located in a rural area surrounded by mostly rural residential uses with some limited agricultural uses as well. Okay, the image on screen shows the project site facing north towards Aromas from parcel 2. And this image shows the project site
Sorry,
facing...
I hate to do this. Can we get the lobby to exit the building? It is very distracting. Okay, thank you. Keep going.
The image shows this image shows the project site facing east towards San Juan Bautista from parcel 2. Okay, and this project proposes subdividing a 5-acre parcel into 2 2.5-acre lots, retaining the current residence on parcel 1 and constructing a new residence on parcel 2. A key component is the removal of an existing scenic easement, which the ISM&D found to have less than significant impacts on aesthetics, as this scenic easement has already been removed on adjacent parcels in the past per Board Resolution 2008-31 for the Aromas Water District and per Board Resolution 2008-103 for an ADU on the Moritz property. Okay, as a point of reference, this item was previously presented to the Board of Supervisors in October 2022, where the board recommended that the matter be revisited following the preparation of a California Environmental Quality Act (CEQA) initial study. However, to ensure compliance with CEQA and avoid potential violations of the prohibition against piecemealing under CEQA Guidelines Section 15378, the project was brought before the Planning Commission for a comprehensive review. This approach ensures that the project is evaluated as a single unified action in compliance with CEQA requirements, encompassing the proposed subdivision, the scenic easement, and the addition of a single-family residence. Reviewing the project holistically aligns with CEQA's mandate to consider the whole of an action when determining potential environmental impacts. The public notice for the Planning Commission hearing was published in the Hollister Freelance on October 4th, 2024. Notices were also mailed to the property owners within 300 feet of the project site and posted at accessible locations in county offices to ensure transparency and accessibility. The Planning Commission hearing was held on October 16th, 2024, during a regularly scheduled meeting. At this hearing, the Commission conducted a public hearing where all testimony and evidence were received. Attendees were provided ample opportunity to share their input and express their concerns. After careful consideration of all submitted materials, testimony, and project details, the Planning Commission ultimately voted to deny the tentative map and minor subdivision application for planning file PLN 220033 by a 3-2 vote. Okay, following the Planning Commission's decision on October 16th, 2024, an appeal was filed under Planning File PLN 240070. This appeal was submitted to the Board of Supervisors within the legally prescribed timeframe by Matt Kelly Engineering and Surveying on behalf of the applicant. The appellant raises two primary assertions. First, they argue that the Planning Commission's denial of the minor subdivision based on preserving the existing scenic easement is not supported by the findings in the CEQA initial study as a mitigative negative declaration. Second, they contend that the project would not violate the existing terms of the scenic easement, asserting that the number of dwelling units allowed under the easement has already been exceeded. In response to the appellant's assertion that the Planning Commission's denial is unsupported by the ISM&D, first, while the ISM&D identified less than significant impacts for the removal of the scenic easement, it's important to note that these findings were advisory. Since the project was denied, the ISM&D was not adopted. In compliance with CEQA Section 15270, which does not require environmental review adoption for projects that are not approved. Second, the Planning Commission acted within its authority under County Code 23.07.006E. This code permits that the Commission to deny a tentative map if it conflicts with the general plan or site suitability requirements. The denial aligns with General Plan Policies LU 1.2, which promotes sustainable development, and NCR 8.1, which protects scenic corridors. Additionally, while this ISM&D focused on individual impacts, it did not fully account for the potential cumulative impacts of removing the scenic easement, which would contribute to the degradation of open space. General Plan Policy LU 1.5 emphasizes infill development to minimize impacts on natural resources, guiding growth toward urbanized areas. Finally, the general plan underscores the importance of preserving scenic and environmental resources. Policies NCR 4.4 and LU 1.10 advocate for open space conservation and site suitability, reinforcing the rural character of the county. These principles provide a solid foundation for the Commission's decision to deny the project. Staff recommends adopting the resolution to deny the appeal, PLN 240070, and uphold the denial by the Planning Commission on October 16, 2024. It is worth noting that if it be the will of the board to overturn the Planning Commission's denial decision, they would be adopting the ISM&D, vacating or modifying the scenic easement, and approving the tentative map, including the additional residents. Any questions?
Okay, let's first bring it to the appellant. Do we have either Matt Kelly Engineering or the appellant here that would like to speak?
Yes, Matt Kelly is here.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and fellow board members. My name is Matt Kelly and I represent Maria Segovia Salazar as her engineer. I'd like to start by wishing everyone here a very happy Thanksgiving. Instead of getting into a long narrative, I'm going to focus on the key points. Number one, in October of 2022, Supervisor Kosmicki pointed out the uniqueness of this situation, acknowledged that the county had already made multiple exceptions to the easement, and offered that it would be hypocritical of the county not to honor Ms. Segovia's request, pending the outcome of the environmental review. The second point I want to bring up is the environmental review resulted in a mitigated negative declaration, which means by virtue of the mitigation measures imposed, all potential impacts on the environment are reduced to a less than significant level. In other words, all potential impacts are insignificant. The county has already made exceptions to 2 of the 4 parcels affected by this easement and the Aromas Water District. The project is designed to minimize the impact to the property from a grading perspective and hydrologic perspective. Our geotechnical engineer has deemed that the soils are suitable for both foundations and septic use. One of the concerns at the time the easement was created was to soil instability on 25% slopes. The environmental document proposes no less than 14 of its own mitigation measures to reduce any potential impact to the environment, including noise, agricultural resources, biology, geology, air quality, hydrology, and water quality. I argue the scenic virtues of this property are already protected by county code and the building permit and engineering review processes. Chapter 19.33 of the county code covers management and conservation of woodlands and has done so since 1966. The code allows a removal of up to 20% of the canopy on this particular project, and we are proposing less than half of that amount for construction, and much of that could be replaced after construction. The only restriction of the easement that concerns us is the limitation of dwelling units, and that has already been exceeded. With regards to modification versus vacation of the easement, I do not oppose modification, but prefer vacation for the following reasons. The easement is 50 years old, poorly written. Easements of this nature can cloud the title. It is I knew I was going to mess this up. Superfluous. The concerns that existed at the time are no longer valid. The county code and the mitigation measures proposed by the environmental document are more than enough to protect the environment and preserve the natural beauty of this property. In my opinion, this project boils down to is, can we invite one more family to live in Aromas? Can we invite one more family to enjoy the benefits and lifestyle that Aromas has to offer? Does Aromas have room for one more family? I appreciate your consideration, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back for questions. And if we need to bring you back, we'll have you come back up. So public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I do have Maria Salazar.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your services. My name is Maria Salazar Segovia.
Maria, before you start, I think I did a procedural thing wrong. I think she gets a response time, correct? And then it goes back for a rebuttal. I'm a little out of whack, because, yeah, you're representing her, but he wasn't done with her time, so it still yields her time on that. It's not a public comment, she's the applicant, or the appellant, correct? So we still had on the clock, and in an appeal, it's 15 minutes, not 10. I apologize. I know you're under the gun. So I don't want you to feel restrained to your time.
All
You're
right.
not a public comment. You're actually the appellant.
All
So
right.
I'm gonna say, I think we were at 9 minutes. I don't recall when it switched. We were down to 2 minutes, so let's just make it a good 5 minutes just to make sure that we're not missing anybody. I don't wanna be unfair in an appeal.
Thank you. Throughout this procedures, this is the first time that I'm speaking with this project. Like many women in my generation, I'm living alone. My husband passed in late 2020. In 2021, I started this procedure because the house that sits at that site is way too big for me. Furthermore, in the past, I have had mini strokes, which means that I am more at risk of having a full-blown stroke. I'm praying that that doesn't happen, but you know, so I want a smaller home, wheelchair friendly, just in case. I could build it under the in-laws quarters but then if I sell the big house, everything goes with it. So that's why in 2020, 2021, I started this process. I do want to build a smaller home, wheelchair friendly, for myself. And if needed, I will sell the big house, but I want to keep my small home. I do not want to leave the Aromas area because of the climate. I find that the climate is the perfect climate for me. I have lived in many places, Mexico, and several places here in California. And the Aromas area is the one for me. So I want to stay in the area, but that house is way too big for one person. I want a smaller one, wheelchair friendly, just in case I need it. And I would appreciate you approving the division. Thank you for your time and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're gonna open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, with no public comment, bring it back to the board. Discussion, comments, questions for either the applicant or staff?
I have a question.
Yeah, go right ahead. Supervisor
Great.
Danger.
You may have said, but what was the vote of the planning commission on this?
It was 3-2.
3-2? And the reasons for denying it were regarding the scenic easement, is that right?
Correct. It was all around that they thought they should keep the scenic easement as it is the only one of its kind in the county. But we, like I said, we also have the option of modifying as the board sees fit.
And so, help me understand also I guess it's already been modified in other places, 2 other places. There's an ADU and then something else, right?
Yes, for Romas Water District and for the ADU on the village property bordering it.
Okay, okay. That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Supervisor Gonzalez, no? Supervisor.
Yeah, I've been on the record on this. I think it's reasonable. I think we would be hypocritical because we have modified it in the past, and we're talking about one home here. We approve single homes for families all the time in other areas in the county. And so I'm gonna stand by what I said. Thank you.
Okay, and with nothing there, I have nothing to add. I just appreciate the added information that was brought, and thank the applicant for being here. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't see an option for alternative motion. All I see is an option for the denial. So I'd be basically, if Abraham, I'd be making a motion to approve the appeal or accept the appeal.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Kuzmicki, for that. So yes, because it was denied by the planning commission, we as staff brought it as a denial. However, as Jonathan mentioned, we do have the mitigated neg deck before you. So if you would like to overturn the planning commission's decision, you can direct us to come back at a specific meeting of December 10th, and we'll bring a resolution of approval if that is the will of the board.
I would like to recommend, as Abraham stated.
For staff recommendation.
Yes.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Can I get a motion to adjourn? So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Have a great day.